She just...
Scotland's a wild and lovely place.
But there's a change we must embrace.
Scotland's water's world class.
No doubt.
So, Take a refillable bottle.
When you go out,
It's your water, your life.
top up from the tap with Scottish water. Fresh, cool, clean, and only available right here.
A very good morning to you and welcome to day 2 of the Scottish National Age Group Championships 2022. A fantastic day yesterday and we're looking for much more of the same today. It's Thursday morning, it's quite a pleasant day here at Tollcross International Swim Centre. I'm Duncan McKinnell and I'm joined in the commentary box today by Lynn Alderton, who you heard the dulcet tones of yesterday. Morning, Lynn.
Morning, Duncan.
It's going to be a good day, I think.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. We had some really exciting swimming yesterday, some good racing, some good results. Hoping for more of the same today.
And there is the programme for today. So we start off with girls 200 breaststroke. We've got the older swimmers swimming this morning, so 15s, 16s and a joint 17-18 age group. They'll be, of course, striving to get into the top 10 of their age group to swim again tonight. After the 200 breaststroke, we go to boys 200 butterfly. Then we go down to 100 backstroke for the girls, and then to the 50 breaststroke for the boys. Then we got a good slug of 400s for you this morning. 400 IM for the girls and 400 freestyle for the boys. And we finish off with medley relays. Girls first and boys after that. So that's going to be good. Lots to get excited about. What was your race of yesterday, Lynn?
I think I like the relays at the end. The mixed medley relays are just super. You can't tell who's going to win because everybody puts their males and their females on different times. Just exciting all the way through. We're getting underway pretty sharply here this morning,
absolutely
Duncan.
we are, yep. No messing about. We've got the swimmers on the blocks for the first heat. And away they go. So, bright and early on a Thursday morning. And the lineup for this first heat of 9 in the girls 200 breaststroke. Anna Smith of Burnt Island in 0. Ailey MacArthur of Mulgai and Bearsden in 1. Amy Owenson of Best in 2. Amy Fotheringham of North Lanarkshire in 3. Freya Howie of Tiger Sharks in 4. Leah Payton of Eithon in 5. Lily McCary of Ren 96 in 6. Brooke Rogerson goes for Dumfries in 7. Jessie Norris of Best in 8. And Eve McElwam of South Lanarkshire in lane 9. So in the yellow cap, Freya Howie in lane 4 has the early advantage, but that was a nice turn, looked like, from Amy Fotheringham in lane 3, and you can see they're also going nicely in 7 is Brooke Rogerson.
Yeah, it was interesting watching Brooke swimming down that first length. You could see that she was going to full streamline and staying gliding for quite a long time, really conserving her energy. And I'd expect her to come through towards the end. I don't know anything about Brooke, but she was really extending her glide. And you could see that she was putting in fewer strokes, getting longer on each stroke than the other swimmers.
There's a definite difference, isn't there, between 200 breast and the shorter distances. It's almost a different stroke, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you want to see that same kind of speed of movement, but you need to have that longer glide and that reducing the resistance in all of the streamlining that goes on between the elements where they're moving. And Brooke's doing that really well. Brooke from Dumfries. So at halfway, she was in first place, 1:25.73, which from an entry time of 3:02 is looking pretty good.
Yes, she's really starting to take control of this now with lane 3, Amy Fotheringham of North Lanarkshire. And then the early leader, maybe Freya, more of a sprint style to her technique in lane 4.
Yeah, she's kept that going pretty well, though. So, I mean, it's not a sprint technique as such, but she certainly was putting in lots more strokes than we saw from Brooke. But
So into the final turn there, you can see there's over 3-second advantage for Brooke. So she's got this one well sealed up now. Entry time for Brooke, 3:02. Oh, she's going to absolutely smash that, isn't she?
Yeah, she's certainly going to be inside 3 minutes.
And still going nicely in lane 3, Amy Fotheringham. And then Freya Howie, then Amy Owenson, who had a good day yesterday, the border swimmer. But yes, as we've been saying, this is very much that a free swimmer, Brooke Rogerson's race, winning it by about 4 or 5 metres, 2:57.52. So I think 5 seconds constitutes smashing it.
I'm sure she'll be delighted with that. So Freya Howie came through just at the end there to touch out Amy Fotheringham for second place. 3:02.41 it was for Freya, and Amy came through in third in 3:02.53.
So a nice start to the morning's proceedings. A good demonstration of breaststroke technique and giving good result there for Brooke. So 2:57, that is faster than the entry times for any of the swimmers coming up in the next heat. So that's confirmation of the result for you. Your favourite swimmer, if they were on there, you can see what their time was. Here's the lineup for heat 2. So Ayla Cochrane goes for City of Glasgow in 0. Sarah Wood in lane 1 for Eithin. Ailey McNair of Mulgai and Bearsden, she was a medalist yesterday. She goes in 2. Zara Denson of Monifeith in 3. Victoria Grabowski of Western Bartonshire in 4. Isabel Munach of Tynemouth in 5. Tia Aitken of Aberdeen Performance in 6. Ellie Craig Collins of Warrender in 7. Eden Fraser at Aberdeen Performance in 8. And Zoe Matchett of North Ayrshire in lane 9. So lane 7 looks to be a good lane to be in. Ellie Craig Collins going quite nicely in that lane, but maybe it's lane 5, is it? Tia Aitken's going to touch first. It's tight, isn't it?
It is. The two centre lanes are looking pretty good at the moment. Touching in first and second, Victoria Gabrowska and Isabel Munach. Just in front, so just three tenths separating them.
Also over in lane 0, Ayla Cochrane is in the mix. Lane 2, Ailey McNair, I mentioned earlier. She's starting to come through, I think, in lane 2.
She is. She's working hard down this second length. It's a much tighter race, though, than the first one. I think we can see that long stroke again in lane 7. Not quite as long as we saw previously, but it's pretty close coming in towards the 100.
Some pretty good technique from all these leading swimmers. They're coming in and, well, all to play for with 100 to go. 1:25.18, half a second faster than the first heat. Only a tenth in it. Ailey and Isabel, lanes 2 and 5.
Ailey is maintaining her technique going down this third length, and it looks as though she's moving ahead of the other swimmers.
I think it's Isabel Munach in lane 5 in the blue cap. Nice to see a number of swimmers from the northeast of England coming up to Glasgow this week. That's Isabel from Tynemouth. Most of them Scots, and it's great to have the Scots based in England coming up for these championships. They'll have tested themselves against their local rivals in the county championships in England now. They're testing themselves against fellow Scots. So 2:11.11 for Isabel now, leads by just over a second from Victoria Grabowska, and now it is the 2 in the centre lanes, and it's hard to see anyone catching Isabel now, I think.
Yeah, Isabel looking very strong down this final length. It's and accelerating. You can see her really driving forward with her arms there towards the wall. It's the sole focus that she's got, and she's leaving Victoria in her wake now, coming in towards the finish.
Yeah, well managed swim that, and stops the clock at 2:56.11, so that's about a second and a half faster than the first heat. And again, a nice improvement. Came into the meet on a 2:59, so down to a 2:56. I think you have to be pretty happy with that. Victoria just over the 3 minutes, 3:00.91. And in third place, Sarah Wood. She must have had a fast finish. I don't remember talking about her at all during the race. Good stuff from the Eithin girl. 3:02.82 to get past Ailey McNair at the end.
Yeah, lots of breaststrokers come out of the club in Eithin. I mean, even going back 10, 15 years or so. So it's a relatively small programme operating out of their 5-lane pool in Ellen. Head coach Barry is obviously doing very well with his girls, especially age 15, 16, that kind of age.
Yep, you don't need to come from a big club to do well in National Age Group Championships. As long as you've got the right structures in place, you can achieve wonders. So
Yeah,
this...
they've got a good little coaching team there in Itham. Lots of them have been on courses recently. During the lockdown, we held some courses for level 1 and level 2 coaches, and they've got a good cohesive team there and a nice group of swimmers, although their pool is shut at the moment, unfortunately. So it's good to see them coming in and still they've been training in pools around Aberdeenshire because theirs have been shut.
So moving on to this heat that's in the water now. This is heat 3. We've got Iona Kasapidis of Carnegie in 0. Bronwyn Payne of Best in lane 1. Gabriella Winton of St Thomas in 2. Emma Simpson of Brock in 3. Amelia Ray of Ren 96 in 4. Emily Legg of Rushmore Royals in 5. Hannah Edmiston of City of Glasgow in 6. Amy McAlonan of Ren 96 in 7. Jessica Powell of Elgin in 8. And Kira Hart of Scotia in lane 9. Gabriella Winton, the St Thomas swimmer, Arbroath based, going well in lane 2, and in lane 8, Jessica Powell of Elgin. It's between these two, I think, at the halfway turn. It's going to be tight between them.
Yeah, so the Elgin swimmer, Jessica Powell, touching just first. Another club on the in fact, on the northeast coast that produces good quality swimmers, time and again.
Yes, and certainly Jessica, the 15-year-old, is going nicely here. She's got an entry time of 2:58. Starting to open up a bit of a gap, but coming up nicely beside her, Amy McAlonan of Ren 96. So she's making a bit of a move here in this third length. Also in lane 4, another Ren 96 swimmer, Amelia Ray. So obviously the instructions from the Ren team is push it hard in the second half. Let's see if it works.
Yeah, we saw some interesting pacing strategies yesterday when we were watching the backstroke. The Warrender swimmers in particular were pacing really hard down the second length, so prepare that kind of race strategy just to make sure that they've conserved a little bit of energy for the second half of the race.
A little bit faster than the previous heat at the 150 turn, but this is going to be a race now between lanes 7 and 8, and maybe lanes 0 and 2 still in the mix. Iona Kasapidis coming up strongly in 0 and Gabriella Winton in 2, but I think the main action there in lanes 7 and 8. Who's going to get the touch between them? I think it might be lane 7. Oh, it's close. No, got it wrong. 2:56.37, Jessica Powell just nailed her finish a little bit. You can see the intermediate splits there for that last 50. So Amy was 0.6 faster down that last length, but just couldn't quite get there in the end. But, well, really close as they came into the finish.
Yeah, I'm really liking these new splits that we can see. It's really helpful for us as commentators and for people watching, just to see the difference that there is between the swimmers.
So 2:56.37 in the end, slightly slower by a couple of tenths than the previous heat. Amy McAlonan in second place. So rattling along with this in fine style. We're on heat 4 already. That's your lineup. Beth Hunter of Ren 96. Lexine McCappin of First. Faye Lichtentag of South Aberdeenshire. Caitlin Heaney of East Lothian. Natalie Cooper of Warrender, and 2 Ithan swimmers. We were talking about Ithan earlier. Ella Chalmers and Ailey Galt in 5 and 6. Taylor Smith of St Thomas in 7. Rosie Murison of City of Glasgow in 8. And Lucia Piva-Segurado of East Lothian in lane 9.
Yeah, Taylor Smith got a cracking start. She really made the most of her start. And she's got a nice long stroke again, fully streamlined, completely submerged underneath the water. The swimmer in lane 5, Ellie Chalmers, coming through now, but she looks as though she's working quite hard just to get towards the finish. And we got over on the near side, missed that one. So that's Lucy Bava-Seguaro. So she was first to the wall, 39.37.
Yeah, Lucia is from my neck of the woods in East Lothian, and she's certainly pushing on hard here. We'll see whether she can hold on to this. I suspect they might come at her in the second half. We've got another East Lothian swimmer in the mix in lane 3. What a day East Lothian had yesterday. Fantastic with 2 relay wins and a junior record equalled by their Stefan Kravis. They must have been highly delighted with the way things went, and certainly Lucia looks to have taken some inspiration from that. I thought she might get swallowed up a bit, but certainly that's not happening so far.
No, she's looking very good indeed. I mean, her entry time is only just under 3 minutes, and that's the fastest split we've seen so far, 1:23.84. So 2.5 seconds ahead of Caitlin Heaney, who's moved through into second place in lane 3.
So it'll be very interesting to see whether she can continue to drive on in the second half. Starting to make a bit of a move, Taylor Smith, that we talked about with that good start. And in lane 5 as well, Ella Chalmers. They're not really making much of an impact on Lucia's lead here. She is continuing to look very strong. There was a session, I know, yesterday afternoon where East Lothian were in lane 9 and did back-to-back wins. So maybe lane 9 is their lane of choice, but I think she's going to come under pressure now. It looks like Ella Chalmers is just about there with her. In fact, she's just ahead of her, 2:11.64. That's quite a big comeback in that third length from Ella.
Yeah, you could see down that last length that Lucia was working really hard. Her stroke rate increased, but she wasn't actually managing to increase her pace. I think that's because she'd worked so hard and so well during that first 100.
So we'll see whether she can hang in there and finish strongly. But lane 1 also, Lexine McCappin is looking pretty good. And beside her in 0, Beth Hunter. So there's a number of contenders here, but I think in particular it is Ella Chalmers and Lexine McCappin who are going to decide it between them, and they are pretty much stroke for stroke coming into the wall. Let's see who gets the touch. Oh, it was tight, but it went to Ella by 0.3, 2:57.60 for her, 2:57.91 for Lexine. Taylor Smith taking third, and Lucia, who led through much of that, well, really, I suppose, paid for that first half, but, well, she gave it everything, but ending up in 5th spot there. But 2:57.60 there, the winning time for Ella Chalmers.
Yeah, so there's actually been nothing between these first 4 heats at all. It goes to show what an important barrier that 3-minute mark is in the 200 metres breaststroke. So, in fact, I mean, that was the slowest heat that we've seen so far, but nothing in it at all. Just a second separating all the winners of all of those heats.
Which is great, actually. It means that there's sort of strength and depth across Scottish swimming in this event, and lots of others as well. So here we are into heat number 5. We've got Abigail Thompson of Kingston in 0, Ava Kirkham of first in 1, a couple of swimmers from Cooper, Hannah Stahl in 2, Ella McGeorge in 3, Millie Donachie of South Lanarkshire in 4, Amy Armstrong of East Lothian in 5, Caris Mooney, City of Glasgow in 6, Leah Bullock of South Lanarkshire in 7, and then from North Lanarkshire in 8 is Lucy Nimmo, and Iona Wilson of East Lothian in lane 9.
I can't call that one. Is that Lucy Nimmo touching first? Lucy Nimmo from North Lanarkshire swim team. Just touching first, but definitely a better turn in lane 5. So it's a really strong turn, really quick around the wall, and a strong push off from Ailey Armstrong from East Lothian. So East Lothian again.
Yep, Ailey Armstrong was part of that mixed relay last night.
Yeah, so that's quite interesting. You can see that Lucy Nimmo from North Lanarkshire swim team is definitely faster through the water, but Ailey Armstrong made up a lot of distance on the turn.
So keep an eye on that on this turn coming up. It is going to be Lucy, I think, first into it by maybe a metre. There's around 3-4 swimmers vying for second. So there she goes through in 1:21.36. Quickly into her stroke, and then, yes, once again, Ailey Armstrong getting an advantage on the swimmers around her through that turn, and that's going to help her as this race progresses, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if she can get the best that she can out of the turns, especially being quick around the wall, that is going to hold her in good stead, because she may not be working as hard as the other swimmers during the swim. It's very tempting to use each of your turns as a bit of a rest. And we can see certainly in the 200 fly, I don't think we've got 200 butterfly later on. You can see swimmers that almost have a cup of tea and a sandwich on their final turns. But Ailey Armstrong, really strong turns.
But a nice third 50 there. Well, in fact, Ailey Armstrong getting the touch. I thought it was going to be Millie Donachie, but just 300ths between them. So all to play for. And again, Well, not so much that time because Millie Donachie got a good turn as well. So it looks like it might be those two in the centre lanes. Millie in the blue cap, South Lanarkshire, and Ailey in the black cap, but still going very nicely in lanes 7 and 8 are Leah Bullock and Lucy Nimmo. So it's a Lanarkshire threesome against East Lothian's Ailey Armstrong, and Lucy Nimmo is fighting very hard along with Leah Bullock. This is a tight one again. Oh, 2:50.87 and 2:50.89 again. Looked like Lucy Nimmo was going to touch first there, but Leah just getting in there to the wall.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily the first swimmer that touches that records enough pressure in order to be able to activate the timing pad. So it's how hard you press at the end as well.
It's a nice 3-second improvement for Leah on a recent time as well. Her entry time was done at the West District pre-snags meet, so that was only a fortnight ago. So to take 3 seconds off here is very encouraging, and a lovely swim from Lucy Nimmo. Millie Donachie third, Ailey Armstrong fourth. All of those, I think, inside their entry time, so there's good standard of swimming in that heat. On to heat 6. So this is the last before we get to the cycle seeded heats.
So in lane 0 we have Lauren Anderson. In lane 1, Erica Watt from Hartlepool Lothian. In 2, Alyssa Goodbrand, another Eithin swimmer. In lane 3, Perry Scobie from Stirling Swim. Lane 4, Cassie Wiper, City of Glasgow. In lane 5, Rebecca Cole, South Lanarkshire. In 6, Sophie Portier from Warrender Baths Club. 7, Sophie Maguire, Guildford City. In lane 8, Molly Cannon, Inverclyde. And in lane 9, Maya Cheshire from Elgin. Alyssa Goodbrand starting well in lane 2.
You took the words out of my mouth. Perry Scobie as well beside her in the white cap. So those two.
Yes, battling it out between the two of them over on the spectator side. We commented on it yesterday when I was working with Robert, how nice it is to see a spectator gallery with people in it.
Yay.
And it must be good for the swimmers as well to be able to know that their parents are in the, or other loved ones are over in the spectator gallery cheering them on.
Yes, so if you've got the chance, come on down. And the next 3 days of competition, there's been some super stuff. There are spaces in the gallery, so don't feel that you won't get in. It'd be lovely to have you joining us, but we're great, of course, to have you here on the live stream as well. If you're at work, just keep on watching us, and if the boss comes round, just minimize the screen for a minute. No, I can't be saying you should be doing that.
I can't believe you said that. No. So Perry Scobie, better second length than Alyssa, but it's still those two at the moment. Cassie Wiper, City of Glasgow, saw her swimming well yesterday as well, so she's starting to come through on this second length, or this second 100 rather.
Sophie Portier of Warrender sitting in second place of the club points position after day 1 behind City of Glasgow. And City of Glasgow well represented here by Cassie Wiper, but it's still Perry Scobie of Stirling. They're a top 10 side as well. So 50 to go, and she's looking pretty good here. 2:06.09 is a second faster than the last heat. Perry third in last year's Festival of Swimming. Of course, that was a sort of funny competition, isn't it? Held in 3 venues and then compiled the results together to see who wins. It's not quite the same as racing head-to-head, the best we could do at the time.
It was. I think it worked really well and everybody was appreciative of it. It was just a chance to get back in the water. We'd been missing it all for so long. And there was still lots of good racing going on in each of the individual races, in each of the individual venues.
Yeah, and this is a good race going on here because Perry Scobie has really taken this by the scruff of the neck and comes in 2:51.66. Very close to her entry time, so I think we'll be happy enough with that, although not quite as fast as Leah Bullock in the previous heat. Sophie Portier second, Erica Watt in third. A little bit of a consultation going on in the officials there, but hopefully there's nothing to be read into that. We have the 3 cycle seeded heats. There's confirmation, so I think we're all fine and dandy.
So heat 7 up next.
It is.
Swimmers ready to go. So in heat 7, in lane 0, Rowan Saunders, Heart of Midlothian. 1, Martha Reeves, Dundee City Aquatics. In lane 2, Holly Lumsden, Heart of Midlothian. In lane 3, Erin Taylor from Finns. Lane 4, Chloe Bone from Bath University. In 5, Naomi Maguire, City of Leicester. In 6, Katie Coventry, Tynemouth. In lane 7, Charlotte Thompson, Midlothian. Lane 8, Amy Bell, Midlothian. And in lane 9, Eleanor Ross, from Highland.
So we talked about the swimmers coming up from south of the border, and we've got a good contingent here in the centre lanes. Chloe, who was medalist yesterday, at Naomi in lane 5 from City of Leicester, and Katie Coventry, Scott from Tynemouth as well, as excellent breaststroker. But, well, really starting strongly in lane 3 is the Finn swimmer, Erin Taylor. Finn's based in Kirkcaldy, coached by Ian Lewis. And she is off to a fantastic start there.
She's really taken it out, and it's interesting because in these cyclically seeded heats, we do expect to see the swimmers in the centre lanes leading the way because of the way that the cyclically seeding goes, with the fastest swimmer going in the last heat and then the next fastest swimmer going in the previous heat, or the penultimate heat, and then the third but last heat having the third fastest swimmer, and it goes through in a cycle. So we should expect to see them in the middle, but we don't know when Erin's swim was done. 2:42.59, so it is a long course time that she's achieved there. Erin swimming in the 17-18 year age group, touching quite clearly first, 1:16.23.
She actually went faster than her entry time at the Edinburgh International. She was about a second faster there, so she has been on excellent form so far this season. East District age group champion short course earlier in the year. So it's, well, to me, I've seen Erin a few times this year, and I know she has consistently swum well. So for me, not so much as maybe a surprise that she's so much ahead. Not to me a surprise that she is ahead, but she's certainly taking it to the English-based swimmers in the centre lanes, Chloe and Naomi, who are a good little scrap of their own, but they're not going to catch Erin, I don't think.
No, I mean, she's opened up 5 seconds ahead of them. And more than that in the water, it looks about 6 metres or so, and accelerating down the final length, just 25 metres to go.
So every chance, I think, going under the 240 here. That was around a 41 split for her third 50. Looks like Chloe Bown is just edging ahead of Naomi Maguire now for second place. Of course, sometimes you get swimmers swimming within themselves in the heats. They're pretty confident that they're going to make the final. So certainly can't say that of Erin. She has put in a cracker there, 2:39.71. So she did get under the 240, and that's a nice improvement from her. And certainly, I think she can confidently say she'll be in the 17-18 final with that one.
Yeah, with 3 finals taking place this evening, all of these swimmers in the last 3 heats would be hoping to go through. We saw fairly consistent times through all of the deck seeded seats, so anything under 250 will be fine.
Yeah, of course, it might be weighted to the 17-18s in these last 3 heats, so that might be the fly in the ointment on that theory. But yeah, we'll see how it works out. There's your lineup for heat number 8. We've got Anna de Grosser of Best in 0. Amy McLeod, City of Glasgow in 1. Sophie Hall of Warrender in 2. Charlotte Hardy, silver medalist last night, goes for South Ayrshire in 3. Kirsty Neal of Bishop Stortford in 4. She was on the podium as well. So was Lucy Stowes of Dundee City Aquatics. And Ailey Robertson, who had that great battle with Charlotte in the 50 last night. May Rogers, Warrender, Ailey Stewart of Warrender, and Isla MacDonald of Highland. So it's lanes 3, 4 and 5, all pretty much of a muchness. Coming down. And who gets the touch? Charlotte does, 35.69.
So lane 3 taking it out again. Charlotte Hardy from South Ayrshire. We spoke about the swimmers from South Ayrshire, strong breaststroke pedigree. Not just the Robertsons, but quite a lot of breaststrokers from South Ayrshire.
Yes, so Ailey Robertson is going in lane 6, has got some work to do. If she is to get up with the leading trio, Charlotte Hardy, it certainly seems to have the bit between her teeth. Lane 3 once again, it was lane 3 in the last heat, but certainly not the lead that Erin Taylor had, as you feel that Lucy and Kirsty maybe primed to attack in the second half, just 6 tenths behind Lucy, and then another couple of tenths Kirsty. 17.05 is not quite as fast as Erin Taylor's halfway split. All lined up for a good contest here, though, in the second half, with Lucy Stoves just edging away from Kirsty Neal to try and get on terms with Charlotte Hardy now.
Yeah, competing for different ages of finals. So Charlotte Hardy in the 15-year age group, Lucy Stowe 16, Kirsty Neal between them. She's also a 15-year-old swimmer. So we don't tend to see the swimmers improve necessarily that much, the girls especially, in events like the 200 metres breaststroke. As they move through from 15 through to 18, the boys are quite different. There's obviously some swimmers that are going to improve significantly during that time, and we don't know what the conditions that these swimmers have been swimming under during the lockdown and on their return. Some of the pools are presenting challenges in terms of the volume of training that pit swimmers can put in.
Well, that's certainly been the case with Lucy Stoves in Dundee, hasn't it? When they've lost their main Olympia pool, and they're having to scramble, I think, for whatever swim time they can get in the other pools in Dundee. But look at this, there's a three-way contest going on. Charlotte Hardy, I think, still just has the edge, but this is going to be really tight as they come in. Let's see who gets the touch. Ooh, Charlotte just did by 400ths. 2:41.68 against Kirsty Neal, who was finishing really strongly there. Although, in fact, they're split. Charlotte Hardy slightly faster. Lucy Stowe's then taking third. 2:41s and 2:42s. They should all be fine for tonight.
Yeah, so really interesting to watch at the finish there. You saw the swimmers. You want to touch the wall on a full extension of your arms, and you could see, especially Charlotte, actually adjusting her stroke and putting in a couple of quick ones just to make sure that she was touching on her full extension at the finish. Yeah,
that's quite an art, isn't it, to do that and to do it well without disrupting your stroke patterns, isn't it?
It takes practice, it takes practice.
One more heat to go, and there's the lineup.
So in lane 0 we have Susie McNair from first. In lane 1 Freya Masson, Shetland. Lane 2 Tegan Black, East Lothian. In lane 3 Kira Davidson, City of Glasgow. Lane 4 Nuala Gow, fastest seed from Geary. In 5 Clonrada McGregor, Warren de Bath Club. Lane 6 Amy Watson in Inverclyde. In lane 7 Sarah McNaughton from Warren de Bath. In lane 8 Jessica Schultz, Perth City. And in lane 9 Catriona Stewart from West Dunbartonshire.
So 2:37, the fastest time, entry time, Nuala Gow. So far, 2:39 is the best we've seen. And that was Erin Taylor's a couple of heats ago. So let's see if anyone goes faster here. Nuala Gow, Geary, has been on good form this season.
Yeah, she swam this event down at the British Championships and is also the North District Age Group champion. She has a whole range of events that Nuala competes in. She does the 400 metres individual medley. We saw her swim the 1500 freestyle yesterday, so she's not afraid of hard work. 200 breaststroke, perhaps her best event.
Certainly well up there, along with Kira Davison, another breaststroke specialist of City of Glasgow in lane 3. Kira, winner of the West District Prix Snags Meet, went into the junior final at the Edinburgh International, and also B finalist at the McCullough meet in Bangor in February. She's about 7 tenths behind Nuala at halfway. 1:16.53 is not far away from Erin Taylor's halfway split, just 3 tenths in it. And Nuala, we're just starting to stretch it out now. Lovely technique. Nice and smooth, full extension. And body length clear now of Kira. These two well clear of the contest for third. Clonrada McGregor in 5, and Tegan Black, another one who did the 1500, won it in the 15 age group yesterday. So showing her versatility as well. I think she was a medalist in the 50 breast as well. But she's I think just gunning for her place in the 15-year-old final here. She's not contending to get anywhere close to these two winners. And Nuala Gao now, 3-4 meters clear, really has pushed it on nicely in the second half of this race. And taking it pretty seriously, no sign that she's easing back, having done the work. And it's good to see them pushing hard in the heats, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, she's really working really hard down this final length and just focusing on that finish. She's going to get a good time here.
And that good time is 2:37.68, and that is the fastest that we've seen this morning. So she'll have lane 4 in her final, 17-18 final. So nicely done, Anula. In the end, 5 seconds clear of Kira Davison. And Amy Watson, a strong finish from her. Look at that split, 41.9 for her last 50.
Yes, I don't think we mentioned her at all, did we?
No.
So there she came through at the finish. Did she win the 50 yesterday?
She did, yes. Yep, you are spot on with that one in the 17-18 age group. And a good third place from her, so we'll see her tonight, I'm sure, as well. Then Rada McGregor. Well, we'll see whether she makes it. Hopefully she will. Tegan Black, I'm pretty sure, will be okay for the 15-year-old final. And there, in fact, is the line up through. You can see there, that's 11 to 20. Of course, we then have to sort them into their age groups to figure out who the finalists are. That will be being done by our technical gurus who are sitting in their Omega suite behind our commentary position, working hard. And while they do that, we'll start thinking about 200 butterfly, which is up next. We've got 5 heats in that one, as we see all the times come through from that.
Do you think we've got time to read out the point scores for the clubs?
I think we have.
I think we should do that. We'll go in reverse order. Let's go in reverse order.
All right, pop pickers.
Yeah. It's quite interesting, actually. In 10th place, Aberdeen Dolphins have 46 points. In 9th place, it's a team from Inverclyde, and they've got 50 points. Joint 7th, South Lanarkshire swim team and South Ayrshire swim team. They're both sitting on 61 points. In 6th place, Stirling Swim. Did you want to say something, Duncan?
Well, I was just saying we're into the next race. I think we should keep people in suspense for the top 5.
Let's do that.
So here we go for the first of the 200 fly. We've got Martin Brown of Aberdeen Performance in 0. His teammate Logan Jackson in 1. Callum McLaughlin of City of Glasgow in 2. Peter Maloney of Inverclyde in 3. Fraser McLaughlin of Elgin in 4. Kane Buchanan, Dundee City Aquatics in 5. Ryan Wilson of Warrender in 6. Tom Armitage of Highland in 7, and Fabio Farina of Warrender in lane 8. Kane getting the early touch, 31.41. Fraser McLaughlin up there with him in lane 4, and Peter Maloney in lane 3. But the Dundonian just opening up the gap a bit.
Yeah, Fraser's quite tall. Kane's quite tall, but he's also got a very long stroke. He looks long in the water. He looks pretty comfortable, actually, coming in towards the 100. Turning there in 1:09.09, so that's pretty fast off an entry time of 2:35.2.
And you see his intermediate split there, 37.6, is faster than any of the others. Edging into second now is Peter Maloney in the white of Inverclyde. He's just opening up a bit of a gap now on Fraser McLaughlin, but not getting anywhere close to Kane Buchanan, who's looking pretty set for this one. His entry time 2:35, so we'll get a feel on this split as to how he's doing against that.
Yeah, it's very difficult to tell on the butterfly, especially when the swimmers are inexperienced at swimming long course. And they won't have had that many opportunities to practice. The wheels can very easily fall off, but it looks like Kane Buchanan is going to hold this. And he's only got 30 metres or so to go.
He is starting to be pushed, though, by Peter Maloney, who is coming up at him pretty fast now. So let's not call this just yet, because I think Peter Maloney has got the speed here, and maybe Kane is feeling it and just finding that, as you said, just judging how much to put in the first half, how much to leave for the end, and it's Peter who has done that. So you said things can change, and we've just seen good evidence of that there, because Peter Maloney there, 41-4 for his final split against 47 for Kane. That was pretty tough for Kane there down that last 50, but Peter Maloney obviously had it, the fuel in the tank, and used it very nicely down that last length.
Yeah, so we spoke about Inverclyde being well up there in the team points, and that's another good swim from them.
Go on then, give us the top 5.
Oh, I've lost it now.
All right, okay. You're not getting it just yet. After this next race then, shall we promise? We make a promise.
Yeah, it was interesting watching Kane there, though. I mean, I think he paced his race reasonably well. You can't set off slowly in butterfly. It's harder to swim slowly than it is to swim at a good pace. You want to have that easy speed, as they call it, keeping the stroke length and making sure that you've got a body in a horizontal position. And you could see, as he tired towards the last half of that length, you could see his legs just sagging in the water. He was really fighting to get through the water as he came in towards the finish. Did well to hang on, really.
Yeah, held on to second, 2:37 led. But Peter Maloney, should give him credit for really just judging his race nicely and knowing that he had it in the tank so he could go for it down that last 50, and go for it he certainly did.
Yep, good job, well done. So heat 2, in lane 0, Bailey McKinley from first. In lane 1, Thomas Traynor, South Lanarkshire. In lane 2, Alex Wiseman from Cossacks. In lane 3, Fraser Stewart, Step Rock. In lane 4, Kai Connolly, City of Glasgow. In lane 5, Jonah Turnbull, Midlothian. In 6, James Body, Geary. Lane 7, Logan Scally, Aberdeen Performance. In lane 8, David Landman from City of Glasgow. And in lane 9, Rory Webster from Dumfries. Kai Connolly taking it out there.
Yeah, with
Glasgow.
Jonah Turnbull had a good day yesterday. Is beside him, and then James Body, 30.06, and that's a fair bit faster than the first heat. Kai 0.6 up on Jonah, and got a bit more off that turn.
Yeah, Kai kind of glided into the wall, but he was really quick around it and got a really strong push off.
Going nicely over in lane 0, the first swimmer, Bailey McGinley. First, I think, win the drumming competition for this meet so far. They've got a really supportive group of swimmers not too far away from our commentary position, and hear their dulcet tones. And they'll be supporting Bailey this time. Kai, though, is the one you would think, as they're all lining up now. Coming strong is James Body in lane 6 to try and get on terms with Fraser Stewart and Jonah Turnbull in the second place contest, but so far nobody really challenging Kai Connolly.
Yeah, Fraser Stewart getting the best at the moment, just of the rest, if you like. So they're vying for second place, and a strong push off from him as well. Good turn there, and also James Body from Geary worked pretty well around the wall. They've obviously been practicing their turns.
Yep. So Kai Connolly, we're not going to see the dramatic comeback that we saw in the first heat. I think he's got this one under control, although Fraser Stewart is going very nicely. The step rock swimmer from St Andrews in Fife is going really well. Step rock's a team that have really come up strong. Another small club that we were talking about earlier who are moving forward. At 2:24.16, that is a very impressive swim from Kai, junior team member, and you can see why with a performance like that. Inside his entry time by over a second and a half. Fraser Stewart, cracking swim from him as well. And third place, James Body, ahead of Jonah Turnbull and Logan Scally.
So those point scores then, I didn't quite get to say in 6th place, Sterling's Swim, 68 points. 5th, University of Aberdeen Performance, 92.5. In 4th place, Perth City Swim, 124 points. East Lothian in 3rd, 163.5. Warrington Baths Club in second place in 262, and City of Glasgow 290 in the lead.
So City of Glasgow won the team championships last December, and they've got to a good start here in the Scottish National Age Group Championships, and if they can maintain that lead throughout the 5 days. So we've got an empty lane in lane 9 in this third heat. The 9 swimmers we've got: Cameron Shaw of First, Fraser Claxton of Hearts, Kyle Mitchell of Geary, Robert Burgess, City of Glasgow, Andrew Bertoli of City of Glasgow, Matthew McMillan of Incas, Finley Club, Aberdeen Performance, Cameron Creaney of North Lanarkshire, and Fraser Tetlow of Geary. Finley Club first to turn. Pretty close though, 5 swimmers all vying for it from lanes 3 to lane 7. Maybe it's going to be lane 4 this time. Andrew Bertoli, junior team member, based now in Leicester, but swimming with City of Glasgow, and he swam with City of Glasgow during lockdown, so he's got good experience with the City of Glasgow team.
And he was really strong in the 200 metres breaststroke yesterday, so he's obviously a very versatile swimmer. Interesting to see if we see him do some medleys later on when we move on to those events during the week.
Yes, he swam this in Sheffield last week, did a 2:03 in the B final in Sheffield,
goodness.
so that was impressive. I don't think he's going to be anything like as fast as that this morning, but it's about booking his slot. Matthew McMillan is pushing him on, the Incas side, coached by his dad, Barry. And in lane 3, Kyle Mitchell. So that's looking like the... in fact, Robert Burgess, apologies. Robert Burgess in lane 3, the second City Glasgow swimmer. He might push Matthew down his last few metres, but no doubt that Andrew is going to take this one. And 2:10.91. So much faster than anything we've seen so far, but I think there's probably quite a bit more for Andrew to produce tonight. Tough within, of course. He will have been focusing on last week in Sheffield at the British Championship, so a week later, can you reproduce the form? It's tough, isn't it? I would think they'll be starting to go back to a heavy block of training. Maybe that will be next week rather than this week, but
Yeah, I was talking to some of the parents last night after yesterday's event, and they were saying that they found it really quite a challenge because that was a full 6 days down in Sheffield, away from home, things are unfamiliar, and then to return. I mean, for the Scots, I think that are based in Scotland, they're quite happy and comfortable coming to Tollcross, and they're in familiar hotels and things like that. But perhaps for those English-based swimmers, not quite so easy. But that's a long time away from home, and I think it's more the mental drop from Sheffield, if that was your focus meet, and it is going to have been a focus meet for those swimmers that qualified. So we're on to our second seeded heat now.
we are. And the lineup for it is Nathan Campbell of Stirling Swim, Finley Nelson of Dumfries, Ben Kelly of Warrender, Travis Davey, Dundee City Aquatics, Stephen Kravis of East Lothian, Scott Fleming, South Lanarkshire, John Taylor of Aberdeen Performance, Andrew Brodie of Aberdeen Dolphin, Adam Scott of Ren 96, and Cameron Bruce of South Lanarkshire in lane 9. So 2 gold medalists from yesterday. Finley Nelson for Dumfries in the 15 age group, and Stephen Kravis in the 16 age group, tied that Scottish junior record. But well, Stephen's in the mix here, along with swimmers either side of him, Travis and Scott Fleming. Scott getting the touch, 1:02.58, and that's faster than the previous heat.
Nathan Campbell going well in the outside lane as well. So swimming above expectation, if you like, on the outside lane. That's pretty tough. Scott Fleming, we spoke about him yesterday as a very versatile swimmer, covers all distances, but 400 IM perhaps his best event. But he has got a full range of them. Stefan Kravic, we know, is a powerhouse, winning the 50 fly yesterday in that new junior record. But the pair of them side by side at the moment. We'd expect Scott to be naturally stronger towards the end, but Stefan's faster entry time, and he is looking strong coming down this final length.
Yeah, normally we think of Stefan on the shorter distances than 200, but he is an excellent fly swimmer. And of course, these two, both 16-year-olds, so they'll be at it hammer and tongs again tonight. So this is a nice warm-up act, if you like, for what is to come tonight. And you can see it's going to be mighty close. It's going to be Stefan, just with that power that we talked about from his sprint skills, was able to bring that to bear down that last 50, a 33.7 against Scott's 34.9 for that last 50, and that just did the job. 2:10.38, a little bit faster than Andrew Bertoli in the previous heat, about half a second. So good stuff there. I enjoyed that one. And Scott Fleming certainly posted a little warning there to Stefan, saying, don't forget about me, I'm going to be right with you tonight.
No, I mean, they were quite close to their entry times, and yet they both looked pretty comfortable coming down that final length, and they were giving it a bit of a race, weren't they? So that'll be a good final this evening.
Fortunately, we got our first disqualification of the morning. That was Cameron Bruce of South Lanarkshire. So fortunately, he is disqualified and will take no further part in this 200 fly. And your lineup for the final heat, just appearing on the screen there. Just run through it for you. Zach Slater of East Lothian in 0. And 2 Warrender swimmers, James Burnett in 1, Brodie Gordon-Gibson in 2, Evan Davidson of Perth in 3, Callum Rose of Warrender in 4, Tom Robertson, Aberdeen Dolphin in 5, Kieran Lennox, Aberdeen Performance in 6, Callum Sinclair of West Lothian in 7, Joe Carter of Delting in 8, and Connor Stewart of Stirling Swim in lane 9.
We had the 2 fast 16-year-olds in the previous heat, and we've got 2 very fast 17, 18-year-olds in this heat. Callum Rose from Warrender Baths Club and Tom Robertson, Aberdeen Dolphins. Both teams featuring in the top 10.
Yep, Callum Rose has had some illness issues recently, but we'll see whether he's recovered from that. Hopefully he is. Ready to go. His teammate Brodie Gordon-Gibson was on the podium yesterday. And he's up there, and also now Evan Davison, who was certainly on the podium yesterday, is a really strong swimmer from Perth in the 15 age group, part of the Strathallan crew. What a powerhouse Strathallan is for school swimming in Scotland. So 101.50 is the fastest split we've seen, and it is Tom Robertson, who's just pipped in the 50 fly last night into the silver. So he'll be maybe more comfortable in the 200, perhaps more his thing. He's certainly looking good here. Another one who made a final in the British Championships was the junior final in his case. Improved on his entry time there, 2:08.1 he did in Sheffield.
Yeah, Tom keeping really low to the water on that final turn and moving really quickly around the wall. But Callum Rose coming back here on this final 50. Also swimming well, Evan Davidson, that spoke about him from Perth City and Strathallan. I think Tom Robertson's going to hold on to this. He was a Scottish record age group holder in the 100 butterfly when he was a bit younger, now 17, and still doing really well with Aberdeen Dolphins.
So 2:09.18, that is the fastest we've seen by about half a second. So he'll have lane 4 in the 17-18 final. Callum Rose, I'm sure, will be there pretty much beside him.
Yeah, Tom Robertson coming in hard on that final length, 34.50, so a good second faster than the swimmers finishing in 2nd and 3rd place.
So we should get the summary coming up any moment now, just to confirm. Of course, we then, as I said earlier, have to sort them into different age groups. You can see there Tom and Callum both in the 17-18 age group, confirmed 1st and 2nd in that heat, and there we go. So Kravis goes into the 16s, Bertoli is in the 17-18, so he'll be next to Robertson. Scott Fleming in the 16s, Callum in the 17-18s will be in lane 3. As we keep going through, you can see your lineups there. And unfortunately, there's in fact 4 disqualifications. I missed some of them earlier, so apologies about that. So David Lamman, Cameron Bruce, Zach Slater and Joe Carter all infringing in some way. 100 backstroke is next to come. We've got 9 heats coming on this one. So there is the lineup for the first of them. So the officials just sort out the backstroke ledges, which I think they've done now, and the whistle goes. So the lineup: Charlotte Chadwick of Kinross, Lauren Anderson of Fauldhouse, Rebecca Cole of South Lanarkshire, Grace Noonan goes for Mulgai and Bearsden, Ellen McPhee of Fauldhouse, Grace McPherson of Aberdeen Dolphin, Ashley Drake of Warrender, Ciara Pemble of Best, Abby Mavrikakis of Portsmouth North Sea, and Sophie Maguire from Guildford City. So the times in this one, all 113s to low 114. So on paper it should be a very close affair. Lane 6 is our early leader, I think. That's Ashley Drake, who's recently moved from the borders into the Warrender programme. Used to swim at Peebles. Ciara Pemble is in the border programme. She's based down in Eyemouth, so probably just about the furthest south you can go. And Papa Stranraer might challenge that, I suppose, and Dumfries. But certainly on the east coast.
Yeah, Ashley and Ciara turning neck and neck. It was at the halfway mark, but Ashley's definitely getting the better turn.
Also lane 3 now, Grace Noonan of Mulgai and Bearsden is certainly in the hunt for this one. And maybe it is going to be Grace. A late push from Ellen McPhee in lane 4. And she is coming back at it, but it's going to be Grace taking the touch, 1:13.42. So pretty much bang on her entry time. Second place, Ellen McPhee. Third place, Ciara Pemble.
Yeah, so the East District swimmers have had an opportunity to practice these events, haven't they? Long course, because you run your finals, I think it was at the end of March. So there will be they'll be able to replicate their times more better in these hundreds.
Yep, we'll see how that goes, as we've got a few more from the east in the second heat. Plenty of other parts of Scotland represented as well, including Arona Anderson from all the way up in Shetland. Goes in 0. Hannah Anderson of South Lanarkshire in 1. Alison Wood of Highland in 2. Maeve Rogers of Warrender in 3. Iona Henderson of South Lanarkshire in 4. Zuzia Smith of First in 5. Katie Barron of Midlothian in 6. Victoria Grabowska of Western Bartonshire in 7. Perry Scobby of Stirling Swim in 8. And Gemma Brown of Carnegie in lane 9.
Great start in 2 from Alison Wood, Highland. I don't know if she's related to Mary.
I don't know either. You can let us know.
Well, Mary has very strong starts. That's my only saving grace there, and their surname being the same. But she hasn't carried that out through the swim.
34.21, Zuzia leading by 6/10. So do you think starts run in the family? It's a genetic thing?
I don't know. It's that power, isn't it? I was just kind of guessing there. All these swimmers 15.
Katie Barron moving up. Saw her sister Chloe going well yesterday, and so she was doing her thing here. And under the Midlothian programme, head coach Colin Barton, and that's another programme that's really coming on strong this season. This is going to be a tight one between the two of them, Zuzia and Katie, and Zuzia just holds on to take it by 600. 1:12.51 against Katie's 1:12.57. Rona Anderson in third, the Shetlander in 1:13.
Yeah, their heads were the same, weren't they, at the same place, but I think it was just a better finish there from Zuzia.
Confirmation of that result.
Next up then, heat 3. In lane 0, Rosie Forster, Warrender Baths Club. In lane 1, Alex Coy, also Warrender Baths. Lane 2, Amber Edgerton, Aberdeen Performance. In lane 3, Elise Sophia Kendall from Corby. Lane 4, Bronwyn Payne Best. In lane 5, Heather Stewart, North Ayrshire. In 6, Natalie Cooper, Warrender Baths Club. In 7, Lucy de Grosser from Best. In lane 8, Lucy McPartland, Perth City. And in lane 9, Louise Connell, City of Glasgow.
Bronwyn Payne, another from the Borders, has the fastest entry time here. She's based Kelso area. But now getting into a stride in lane 8 is Perth's Lucy McPartland. Beside her, Lucy DeGrosser, another Border swimmer. She's more in the Galashiels area. Quite a challenge for the Borders team, I think, to bring them all together across quite a wide area of rural southern Scotland. I guess other teams, Highland, have a similar challenge, don't they?
Yeah, and Aberdeenshire too. I think a lot of these composite teams operate in different ways. Some of them barely come together at all and just support each other at national events. Still looking good though.
Lucy DeGrosser, I think, maybe, well, I don't know. Lane 3 is up there. Elise Kendall, who gets the touch. No, Lucy does get it. 1:11.90, Elise 1:12.27, and Lucy McPartland third in a pretty close contest all around there. 1:11.90 is fastest so far. And Lucy was pretty much right on the 1:11.88 that she did at East Districts a couple of weeks ago. So replicate that in the heats, I think we should be pretty happy with that.
Well, we're whizzing through these heats. Good job, there's 9 of them. In heat 4 then we have Chloe McLean, Dundee City Aquatics in 0. In 1, Natalie Marshall, West Lothian. In lane 2, Emma Creaney, North Lanarkshire Swim Team. In lane 3, Maya Cheshire from Elgin. In 4, Emily Cumming, Kinross. In lane 5, Naomi Wilson, Warrington Bath Club. 6, Natalie Bruce from Broch. In 7, Sarah Stewart from Mulgai and Bearsden. Lane 8, Isabella Abernethy, Aberdeen Dolphins. And in 9, Lucy Atherton, Heart of Midlothian. Good start there in 4 from Emily Cumming, representing Kinross. She's just got her nose out in front, although very close to her. In 6, Natalie Bruce from Broch. Lane 4 looking strong though, Duncan.
Yes, she is. Emily Cumming. It's part of their Youth Academy setup that we have up here in Scotland. And she'll be looking to demonstrate her backstroke capabilities here, and she's doing that pretty nicely so far. 33.44 is by around 0.8, the fastest we've seen so far, and she's got about that amount of lead over Natalie Bruce and the others. Although maybe not so much now, coming out of the turn. We talked about Natalie Bruce, and beside her in lane 5, Naomi Wilson, Warrender and Broch. And they are right up with Emily. Lane 2 as well, Emma Creaney, and lane 0. So loads of them. Chloe McLean in the mix. Who's going to get this one? Maybe it's going to be Chloe, is it, from lane 0? Let's see. I'm not sure we've had a win from lane 0, have we? And we still haven't, because it was Emma Creaney. 1:11.51. 1:11.58 for Naomi. So close there. Chloe in third, 1:11.69. Emma Creaney just getting the touch. 4/10 in the end, faster than the previous heat.
Very close though at the finish there.
Certainly was. We like close finishes.
Yeah, I'm loving the new backstroke starting devices. Well, they're not really new anymore, are they? But it's great to see that the swimmers are making best use of them. There's a couple where you see, well, they're not getting the distance off the wall, and perhaps they've not had the opportunity to practice in their home programs. But generally, we're seeing a lot fewer mistakes at the beginning of a race because of these devices that stop the swimmers from slipping down the wall.
Yes, I guess they'll all have used them in competitions in district age group programs. I know the East use them, the West use them, I'm sure the North use them. But your point about being able to use them in training, that's going to be probably limited to what swimmers who train in the larger pools. So that gives them, I guess, a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, there's definite benefits to having practice. The further that you can get over the turf surface of the water, obviously the less resistance you're going to create, provided you can go streamlined into the water. But you do need to practice that, and just a couple of starts at the beginning of a session during a warm-up isn't really enough. You really need to get a bit of time practicing. I mean, these swimmers are older. With the younger ones in the afternoon, we may see a few more mistakes because they're not, used to using them.
Quite a delay in calling the official result in the last heat, so I'm just wondering whether there's some consultation going on. We'll see. Here it is now. No, it looks like we're okay. Maybe it was about positions because it was such a tight finish and there was maybe some discrepancy between primary and backup times, but we're sorted and we're on our way with our next heat. This is heat number 5. The line-up in this one, we've got Millie MacArthur of South Lanarkshire in 0, Safrina Meechan of City of Glasgow in 1, Orla McInnes of Heart of Midlothian in 2, Jessica Heaps of Fauldhouse in 3, Martha Reeves of Dundee City Aquatics in 4, Layla Todd of Lerwick in 5, Laura Frizzell of Heart of Midlothian in 6, Talia Blackley of City of Glasgow in 7, Anna Easton of Dundee City Aquatics in 8, and Kirsty Gilmore of South Lanarkshire in lane 9. All entered on 110s.
Yeah, the 2 swimmers in the centre lanes made best advantage of staying underneath the water. They were streamlined and doing fast dolphin kicks and came up really well, but it's the swimmer in lane 5, Layla Todd, who came out of that better. So a better breakout into a stroke and swimming faster down that first length. Just about holding that lead in the second.
Yeah, bronze medalist at North District Age Groups. Coming under a bit of pressure now from Jessica Heaps, another Youth Academy member who is 5th in East District Age Groups. It looks like she's just got the edge now. Coached by Tom Seavright in West Lothian, the Fauldhouse team. And
Kirsty Gilmore going well in 9 as well.
yes, she is, but it's going to be Jessica Heaps taking the win in 1:10.46. Just 3/10 away from her entry time, going in the 16 age group, so that could well get her into the final. And just waiting for the confirmation of that official result to come up. Just again, there looks to be a little bit of a consultation going on with the officials there, but here now is the confirmation. Jessica, Kirsty and Safrina, the 1, 2, 3.
And the time's creeping down.
And let's hope they do some more of that in this heat.
So this is heat number 6. In lane 0, Catherine Boddy from Geary. Lane 1, Chloe Barron, Midlothian. In lane 2, Catherine Renfrew, Perth City. Lane 3, Grace Courtney, East Lothian. In lane 4, Holly Lumsden, Heart of Midlothian. In 5, Jessica Beaton from Aberdeen Dolphins. In 6, Ashley Merson, West Lothian. In lane 7, Zoe Crawford from First. In 8, Erin Hammond, South Ayrshire. And in 9, Libby Doubleday, City of Glasgow.
Not too much to separate them coming off the start. Maybe just edging it is Zoe Crawford of First in lane 7, but swimmers either side of her up there, and lane 9, Libby Doubleday. Certainly the focus more on the bottom of your screen. So apologies about that. Somebody deciding to get their hoodie on in front of the camera. Nice place to do it. 33.09, Ashley Merson, in fact, taking the touch in lane 6 from Swim West Lothian. That was a bit faster than we've seen. Ashley, East District bronze medalist, now coming up the other side of the pool. Lanes 1 and 2, Chloe Barron and Catherine Renfrew. So we saw Katie Barron recently in the mix, and now we've got Chloe having a contest there with Catherine Renfrew. Ooh, who's going to get the touch? I think it's Catherine, is it? Yes, it is. 1:09.30. Chloe Barron 1:09.51. And Zoe Crawford third. And it's interesting there, there's 35.3, 35.2s on the far side against the 36s on the near side. So it was also opposite strategy, wasn't it? Of pushing it hard in the first half on the near side of the pool and the opposite.
Yeah, well, they would have benefited from racing against each other as well. So neck and neck, you can't really see very much across the pool when you swim in backstroke because your eyes are looking directly up. So on to our seeded heats then. First of our seeded heats in lane 0, Emma McAvin from South Lanarkshire. In 1, Elise Cousins, Perth City. In lane 2, Maria Howe, Aberdeen Performance. In 3, Lucy Stowes, Dundee City Aquatics. 4, Scarlett Ferris, Perth City. In lane 5, Ella Stevenson, North Lanarkshire Swim Team. In lane 6, Louisa Stoddart, East Lothian. In 7, Sienna Perry, Aberdeen Performance. In 8, Mia McLeod from Swim It. And in 9, Amy Heron, Tynemouth.
So interesting there, lane 4, Scarlett Ferris, very strong 50 and 100 swimmer, used most of the 50 meters she's allowed on that start. That will, you would think, stand her in good stead. Lane 9 off to a good start, Amy Herron of Tynemouth. So coming up to the turn, let's see, have a look at Scarlett's turn here and see whether she does the same thing in the turn that she did at the start. You see there, coming up now, so what was that, about 11 meters maybe?
Something like that. And alongside her in 5, on the second fastest entry time, Ella Stevenson of Lanarkshire Swim Team. She had a shocker at her start, and she's left herself with an awful lot of work to do, but swimming quite strongly now. Perhaps in second place, or maybe over in lane 2, Maria Howe, Aberdeen Performance. Trains with Colts Otters, Aberdeen Performance, competing at national events as a team, but all training separately. But Scarlett Ferris, no doubt about that one, 106.04. Her entry time 103.7, so looking pretty comfortable. Maria Howe coming through to take second, 108.91, and Ella Stevenson touching third.
Yes, Scarlett very much 50 and 100 backstroke specialist. Made the move from Dundee up the Tay to Perth this season, and under Anne Dixon, I'm sure she'll have a good season on that. Maria Howe second, Ella Stevenson, as you said, third. Here's the lineup for heat number 8. Emma Finlay of East Lothian in 0. Kerry Gillespie of Aberdeen Performance in 1. Heidi Wren, City Glasgow in 2. Then 2 from Hearts, Rowan Saunders in 3. Holly McGill in 4. Katie Steriker of South Ayrshire in 5. Katie Rose of Warrender in 6. Tyler Yule, South Aberdeenshire in 7. Faith Yuda, Aberdeen Dolphin in 8. And Hebe Weavers of Carnegie in lane 8. So Holly McGill, you would think, be the one to watch out for here. Silver medalist in the British Championships in the 200 backstroke. Just missed the Commonwealth Games nomination time by the tiniest of fractions. Certainly booked her place in the British Euro Juniors team, I think, there. And she is leading the way. She swam the 200 heats and then dropped down to the final yesterday, and swam focused, I think, yesterday on the 1500, where she medalled. But she has the lead here, 32.15.
And great underwater work there from Holly, coming up at about 12 metres and looking really strong underneath the water. Alongside Akira Steriker putting in a good performance there as well.
Yep, Kira, winner of the Festival of Swimming last year. And she is just a metre or so behind Holly as they come in. That will be the 1-2. Holly looking smooth and comfortable there, and I think, as we said with Scarlett, I think there's more to come in the final. 105.60, so that was 0.4 faster than Scarlett's time, so that is now the fastest time with 1 heat to go. Kira Steriker second and Heidi Wren third.
So on to our final heat of the 100 backstroke. In 0, Poppy McDonald, Western Bartonshire. In 1, Fern Crichton from Perth City. Lane 2, Natalie Jones, Warrender Baths Club. In 3, Melissa Mainwaring, West Lothian. 4, Anna Green, Warrender Baths. In 5, Hannah Willis, City of Peterborough. In lane 6, Ailey Armstrong, East Lothian. In 7, Amber Stevenson, South Ayrshire. In 8, Lily McDonald, Millfield. And in 9, Rosie Liston, City of Glasgow.
I think I'm right that Anna Green won the 200
I was
yesterday.
just checking. Yes, she did. She won the 200 yesterday.
As Holly McGill didn't swim in that one, so it'll be interesting if they do go head-to-head tonight. Both Edinburgh-based, of course, Warrender and Hearts. Hannah Willis of City of Peterborough, another really strong backstroker. So we'll see what she does in the blue cap in lane 5. Nice start in 7 from South Ayrshire's Amber Stevenson as well. Anna Green starting, I think, to edge ahead of the others.
Yeah, Fern Crichton swimming well over in lane 1, representing Perth City. Also here on the near side in 7, Amber Stevenson. No doubt about the leader though just now. So 30.8 for Anna Green, our winner yesterday. Interestingly, the swimmers that won the 15 and 16 are choosing not to compete in the 100. Sometimes it's the distance that swimmers enjoy and excel at, or they might just be looking for different types of events to find out what it is that's really suiting them at this time of the season.
Over a 5-day meet, you really do have to pick and choose. You can't do everything, can you, or you'll kill yourself. So you do have to make some choices, and it obviously depends on how the program sits. And there's ones that you really want to do, and the ones you quite like to do. So you've got to focus on the ones you really want, and sometimes that means you have to sacrifice some that you would have liked to have done, but it's really not sensible. You've got to pace yourself over 5 days. It's not just like a weekend meet where you go bang crash at it and then recover on a Monday.
For a lot of these swimmers, though, the Scottish national age groups will be their meet of the season, and it's still in April. So, but others will be focusing on the summer championships, hoping to qualify for the British Summer Championships or the Scottish Summer Championships, and for them, they may be looking at different parts or opportunities to qualify their times during the window that British Swimming sets, because that's quite short. This will be the main target meet for a lot of the Scottish-based swimmers, though, especially in the younger age groups.
Yeah, is that right? Because obviously things are changing a little bit, I think, with this focus on the British Summer Championships for age groupers. So those who I think are at that level and have got that ambition to get it down to the British Summer Championships, they must see the Scottish national age groups as a stepping stone, I would think, on that, because of course it lies in the competition window, doesn't it, for qualifying for the British and the Summer Championships. So to my mind, yes, obviously historically it's always been a very important meet here in Scotland, and still an important meet, but I think for a lot of swimmers it's a stepping stone to other things in the summer.
Yes,
well.
I think it depends. Well, it doesn't only depend on your aspirations, but your capacity as well. I think because it's at home, next year I understand that the British Summer Championships will be in Scotland, and that will put a different focus on it for those Scottish-based swimmers. But the age groups are different as well. So in the Scottish national age groups, we have 11 to 13 as our youngest age group, whereas 13-14 the youngest for the British Summer Championship. So those swimmers this afternoon, this will be their main meet.
Yeah, definitely. So 50 breaststroke now, splash and dash here. And the first heat, we've got Finlay Cunningham, David Lamond, Sam Ross, Manu Drysdale, Alex Cumming, Krish Mather, Finlay Sang, Kia Sampson and Lewis Muir. Times 35s all round. Maybe lane 3, Manu Drysdale just edging it, the one-under swimmer, but also coming up in lane 6 is Finlay Sang, a City of Glasgow. And in lane 4 now, Alex Cumming of North Lanarkshire. But, well, I think it'll be Manu, is it, getting the touch? Again, it was all about the finish there. Just sort of pushed on at the end of a stroke to get the touch, and that probably paid off for him.
Yeah, I mean, these are all 15-year-old swimmers. They won't have had that much practice, but we saw there at the end Finlay Sang just having to put in an extra little stroke, and it didn't work particularly well for him because he was pretty much neck and neck.
Nice improvements on times, though. Those swimmers on the 34s all well inside their entry times. That's the lineup for Heat 2. Jack Ray, Luke Garrity, Stephen Pate, Lewis Moyer, Ben McLaughlin, Adam Hill, Callum Gould, Greg Hall, Callum Sinclair and Ben Payton.
Yeah, so interesting to see Ben McLaughlin in lane 4 there for Geary, perhaps better known for swimming long distance freestyle events. In fact, he swam the 1500 free down at the British Championships recently. He swam the 200 metres breaststroke yesterday, and here he is in the centre lane for the 50. Not leading it out, though. No,
Luke Garrity is very much a breaststroker. One, the two Garrity's and Inverclyde, and he's certainly up there in the white cap, but also challenging him in 3 is Lewis Moyer of South Lanarkshire. It's going to be between these two. Who gets the touch? It's Luke by 200s, 33.45. Again, big improvements there on entry times. 2 seconds in a 50. I mean, you should be able to do that, should you?
No, they did really, really well. I mean, they looked as though they had strong starts and then swam really well all the way through to the finish. And they were racing each other as well. So just 2 100ths at the end, nothing in it at all.
Yeah, nice stuff from those two. Deserve firsts and seconds.
So heat 3, in 0, Ewan Gray from Cooper. In 1, Logan Ward, Glenn Rothes. In lane 2, Fraser Tetlow Geary. 3, Liam Korczynski from Montefiore in lane 4, and that sounds like a false start.
Well, don't see that very often. Again, we've got some swimmers stopping, some swimmers saying, I don't care what happened, I'm going to swim my swim. These two, well, you can't see them in the screen. I can tell you that there are 2 swimmers pushing on hard, with 3 swimmers pushing on hard. Nothing will get in the way of their swims, but it won't count. And I imagine that we will have to give them a bit of a recovery time. So say, where's everybody else? And they've come to the end and then suddenly realised that, something must have happened.
What a shame. It's interesting. I mean, FINA took away the requirement to have a false start rope, and you can still use one if you want to. So that's put at the 15-metre mark and stops the swimmers from carrying on, although very often we used to see some tangle their way through, untangle themselves and carry on regardless. But that we don't have a false start rope here.
So we'll see what's going to happen here. I imagine that they'll give them a bit of recovery time and then get them to have a swim again. But let's wait and see. So I'm expecting heat 4 to come up here now, but let's see who's coming up to the blocks. I'm seeing there's an Aberdeen Dolphin. Is that going? Oh no, with? No, they are being pulled back, I think, to the call room, it looks like. So just a little bit of a hiatus while we sort that out. You can see there the officials just pulling them back and saying, right, okay, let's just take a bit of a timeout for you guys.
I didn't see a problem at the start, did you, Duncan?
Well, sometimes it's just that the starter's finger slips, isn't it? And they just press the wrong button. Maybe that.
I hope not.
Well, we've got lane 4 now coming up onto the scoreboard for you, so I think we obviously are going to heat 4, and we'll come back to heat 3 in a little while. The good news, of course, it was just a 50, so they can recover hopefully from that pretty quickly. Here's your lineup for heat number 4. Ben King goes in 0, Jaden Chan, Finn Bannerman, Austin Sinclair, Guy Pelosi, Lewis Gray, Jack McDonald, Lewis Brander, Michael Skeckel and Ewan Wardlaw. So hopefully this will be trouble-free this start. Swimmers here entered in the 33s to low 34s. And off we go, no issues.
Lane 5, Lewis Gray, looking pretty good alongside him as well. Jack McDonald representing Puttridge. Not sure where Puttridge is. Is it Bedfordshire somewhere down there?
Yeah, I think so. Mulgai and Bearsden's Ben King from lane 0. So we're talking about, can we get a winner from lane 0? We've got a chance here, although now moving up is Jaden Chan in lane 1 in the centre. It's tight. Is it Jaden? No, it's Lewis Gray from lane 5, 33.52. Jaden 33.56 in second spot, and third place Michael Skeckel of Inverleith 33.70. So the wait for lane 0 continues. 33.52 then for Lewis, 4/10 inside his entry time. So are we going back? We're carrying on. Looks like we're continuing.
But more time improvements for those swimmers as well. So as we're carrying on, everybody's dropping just a little bit.
So heat 5, Callum Ferretti, Logan van der Merlen, Mark Watchorn, Marcus Blake, David Smith, Jake Percy, Kyle Wong, Noah Quinnell, Ross Alexander and Guy Semple. Just being held at the blocks for a bit. You can see them waiting patiently for the call to start. Just limbering up. Everyone has their little routines for dealing with the delay. You see that little dance going on in lane 5. Jake Percy. Now the whistle goes, so we should be on our way. Have we got a swimmer in lane 8?
Looks like we're missing Ross Alexander.
So let's see how this one works out. 33.6 to 33.8 the entry times.
Strong start there from Kyle Wong in 6. The swimmer in lane 4 though, David Smith, Glen Rothes, perhaps coming through now into this second 25.
Yes, it's looking like David is going to take this one. A metre, maybe a metre and a half clear.
Really strong second half to that length from David Smith. 33.6 his entry time, and he's coming on a 31.92. So that's a smashing improvement there for him.
You don't really think of halves in the 50s, but I guess you still got the same thing of dealing with the start, dealing with the swim, dealing with the finish. So the same components, just all compressed into one length of the pool.
And the swimmers will practice that. And there's not that many clubs have got the opportunity to train very much long course, but certainly they'll be rehearsing their front end, their back end, and their middle end. You haven't got a middle end; it's just the middle. And working hard on all of those. Before putting it all together in a race.
So that's the first of the cycle seeded heats. Jamie Jardine, Andrew Mackenzie, David Syme, Torrin Liversedge, Ewan Beattie, Travis Davey, Jake Gibson, Jake Mackenzie, Dylan McCombie and Angus Young. We start from Ewan Beattie, and also his teammate Jamie Jardine going nicely in lane 0. I'm still gunning for a win from lane 0. Again, we've got a chance.
You're going to have to stop saying that, Duncan, and it won't happen.
Oh, I've got hope. I've got hope in this one. It's only going to be a Warrender winner. Which one is it going to be? Oh, it's lane 4. Ewan Beattie, 32.34. Good effort from Jamie Jardine, though. Second in 32.71, and Jake Gibson in third, 33.15. Quite as fast as David Smith's time from the previous heat. Just shows what a good time that was. But confirmation there, Ewan Beattie taking the win.
So we're into the cyclically seeded heats now, so we're going to see the fastest swimmers entered. First of these in is heat 7. 0 Logan Ward, 1 Magnus Below, 2 Finley Nelson, 3 Robson Miles. In lane 4, Emil Morawski, 5 Thomas Christie, 6 Cameron Mitchell, 7 Jack Lorimer, 8 Jack Murphy and 9 Jacob Wood. So I'm delighted to see Thomas Christie swimming. He went through a bit of a lean period, back now swimming with Aberdeen Dolphins, formerly from Aberdeen, South Aberdeenshire. But, he's not having it his own way though. It's Emil Morawski, I think from Warren de Bath's club, alongside him Robson Miles, City of Glasgow. Pretty close coming in towards this final though.
Yeah, it looks like Robson's going to edge it, and he does. 31.01, so nice stuff from the swimmer from City of Glasgow. He takes the first of our cycle seeded heats. 31.4 was his entry time, so nicely inside that. Second, Emil Morawski, and Thomas Christie you were talking about. He takes third, 31.94.
So this is our penultimate heat then. In 0, Finn Bremner. In lane 1, Max Pelosi, and 2, Kieran Brackenser. 3, Sam Harrison. In lane 4, Murray Pritchard. In 5, Brandon Aitchison. In 6, Jake Holmes. 7, Archie Dixon. 8, Jack Mitchell. And in lane 9, Lewis Austin. Great start there in 4 from Murray Pritchard, Perth City. Really strong start.
Yeah, he's a swimmer who's really made a lot of progress. Did a 30.1 at the British Championships. Didn't qualify into the finals, but that was still a great swim. And he is looking really strong here. Again, we've got a good swim from 0. Finn Bremner. He's going to get second, I think, but, well, Thomas there, or Murray rather, his brother's Thomas, Murray Pritchard.
Under the 30.
Nicely done. Nicely done indeed. So 30.12 last week at Sheffield, 29.9 now here in Tollcross.
It goes to show the importance of a strong start, especially on a 50, because everybody else was playing catch-up the whole of the way through that race, and they couldn't. There was some strong swimming, but they'd lost too much on that start. A really strong start there from Murray Pritchard. 29.9, jolly good.
Yep, we'll see whether this final heat, I say final heat, of course we've got that heat 3 still to come back to. I guess we'll do that after this one, but we'll see.
Yeah, so in 0, Tom Robertson, Aberdeen Dolphins. In 1, Adam Scott, City of Glasgow. 2, Owen Carroll, Perth City. In lane 3, Connor Mitchell, Warren de Bath. 4, Matthew Garrity from Inverclyde. In 5, Mika van Blerk from Warren de Bath's club. In 6, Luke Hornsey, East Lothian. 7, Matthew McMillan, Incas. In lane 8, Rogers Cringelis from North Lanarkshire Swim Team. And in lane 9, Callum Aitchison, Bucky.
So this one quite a bit tighter. The centre lanes, Matthew Garrity in the white cap, Micah van Blerk in the red. The two that are going to battle it out, and there's very little to choose between them. Maybe it's just Micah in lane 5 has got the edge, and he does just get in and front 30.28. So nobody else getting under the 30 as Murray did, but 30.28 certainly will put him right in there for the 17-18 final. Confirmation there, Matthew Garrity 30.54, Connor Mitchell third 30.87, and I think we do have the boys from lane 3 back now for their swim.
Yeah, so we read their names out already, but just as a reminder, we've got Ewan Gray from Cooper in 0. In 1, Logan Ward. 2, Fraser Tetlow. In lane 3, Liam Korczynski. 4, Luke Jansen. 5, Bradley Jack. 6, Fraser Burton. 7, Archie Smith. In 8, Fraser McIntosh. And in 9, Zach Slater.
So the ones who did the full length versus the ones who stopped, is there an advantage, do you think?
I don't know. I guess it depends on your mental attitude more than your... more than how you've coped with that physically. They're still relatively young men.
So no lane 8. But, Ewan Gray in lane 0. Lane 4 is Luke Janssen. And plenty of others in the mix as well. This is really close. This could go pretty much anywhere across the pool. Coming up strongly now in lane 3 is Liam Korczynski, but the touch goes, I think, to lane 4, but it's not coming up on the board.
Yeah, I think Luke Jansen touched first there.
Yep. Yeah, that's what's showing in the venue, 33.64 for him, 33.91 for Liam Korczynski, and Ewan Gray, 34.17 in third place. So that's what we're seeing on the scoreboard here at the venue.
And I think Luke and Liam were the swimmers that went all the way to the end last time, so they've done it twice.
So what does that prove? Of course, that's memories of Kathleen Dawson, isn't it?
I was thinking exactly the same thing, because that was remarkable, really, wasn't it? You know, winning that 100 metres backstroke at the European Championships and then having to do it all over again.
Yep. Not something I think she'd want to do too often. There's the summary run through of the full result. There's 11 to 20. Of course, lots of these swimmers will proceed into their respective age group finals. 33s in the 20s, then in the 30s as well. She's just how tight it is, 3/10 there between 31 and 39. And similarly 4/10 on that screen. So little things mean a lot in a 50. But we're into something completely different now with girls 400 medley, and in this one we've got 7 heats, so gonna have a nice pleasant time of next 35-40 minutes of medley swimming. What could be better?
Oh, I love my medleys. I think we should probably announce the finalists, do you think, as well, for the other events, or shall we leave that? Everybody can have a look at Meet Mobile.
Yeah, I think that's probably the sensible thing to do. If the Meet Mobile is available to you, and also look on Swim Scotland website, and all of the information will be on there as to whether your favourite swimmer has made it into the finals tonight. Lots and lots of finalists, of course, through the different age groups, so probably better to look it up that way than for us to announce.
So www.swimscotland.co.uk. I will have a look through the results though, see if we've got any swim-offs
Yep.
So this is heat number 1 of the 400 metres individual medley for girls aged 15 to 18, going through to finals. Not that many opportunities to swim heats and finals of a 400 metres individual medley, but we do have them here at Snags. We're missing a swimmer in lane 3, but in lane 2 we've got Rosie Liston, City of Glasgow. Lane 4, Isabel Munnock from Tynemouth. In 5, Gemma Brown, Carnegie. Lane 6, Jessica Smith, Aberdeen Dolphins. And in lane 7, Isla Garden from Geary.
So you're talking about having to swim heat and final in this longer distance, and as you say, particularly the 15-year-olds, given that we haven't had Snags for 3 years. So last time they had Snags in 2019, they'd have been 12, probably not, too young to compete even. They were okay, they might have made it into the 12, 13, 11 to 13 age group, but chances of them swimming heats and finals pretty low. So if you're doing that for the first time, what would their coach be saying to them about managing their swims through heats and into finals, and possibly with other events as well, in terms of managing their strength and endurance through the day?
I think they'll probably be looking for them to swim strongly in the morning and in the evening as well. We spoke about butterfly, when the boys were swimming the 200 metres butterfly. You can't really swim a slow butterfly. I mean, I have my own preferences as a coach as to what is the deal, and you just say long on the fly. And in fact, a lot of girls, as they're developing, when they're swimming their 400 metres individual medley, will swim a personal best for the butterfly on that first leg, because they're not so over revving it, if you like, or trying to swim too fast, and they just swim easy fly, and then breathe on your backstroke. Distance per stroke on your breaststroke, and you want to try and negative split each of the individual elements, not the fly, because obviously you've got the benefit of the start. So you might see a negative split, so that's when you swim the second part faster than the first part. So on the backstroke, you might swim your second leg of the backstroke faster than the first, just as you ease into the stroke and you're building it through each of the individual 100s.
So we'll keep an eye on that. Then Rosie Liston did a 44.26 for the first half of her backstroke. She leads the way in lane 2, so we'll see what her second backstroke split is as she comes towards halfway. Rosie, City of Glasgow swimmer, all these swimmers in the 15 age group. 5:47.10 was her entry time. She's currently got a pretty healthy lead at the halfway point, but of course things can change as we go from stroke to stroke, and that's made your point for us, isn't it? 44.2 to a 42.8 for our second half of the backstroke, so nicely done from Rosie.
Yeah, so I mean, it is actually the pace of the swim as well, but I mean, they've got different types of turns at the end of each of those backstroke legs, so they're touching to the hand on the second length, so that is going to be slightly quicker than having to do a flip turn, but it is the pace on that second one. You want to increase and build through each of the hundreds as you swim them.
Yeah, managing those change of strokes through the individual medley events is very important, isn't it? You can lose an awful lot of time if you just don't get that transition from stroke to stroke right.
Yeah, and you can't swim a good 400 metres individual medley without putting in a lot of work, because there's so many different components. As in addition to all 4 of the strokes, you've got all of the turns to do as well. 200 metres individual medley obviously is the same when you're looking at short course, because you've got a fly turn, a breaststroke turn, a backstroke turn, and a freestyle turn. And in addition to that, you've got all of the transition turns, so the fly to back turn, the back to breast turn, which causes so many troubles, and then the breast to free turn as well. So you've got to be competent, or good, hopefully, at all of those different elements in order to put in a good 400 metres individual medley. Here we've got that breaststroke leg. So often the decider.
And Isabel Munnock has really come charging up in the breaststroke, and now pretty much on terms with Rosie Liston. So we see Rosie here coming up to the turn. Nice close-up shot of her doing that breaststroke to freestyle turn. But in fact, she's now in second place behind Isabel Munnock's 4:25.51. And you see there 47 and 52 respectively, their second breaststroke splits. But freestyle's a different thing, so we'll see how it works out. Very often the swimmer with the momentum from the breaststroke goes on to dominate the freestyle, but well, Rosie Liston has got the chance to get herself back in front here. Let's see if she can take it. Lane 6 in third place, that's Jessica Smith, Aberdeen Dolphin. And she's got her own battle with swimmers coming up at her. Gemma Brown on one side, Isla Garden on the other. But look at that, nice turn. Her final turn from Rosie Liston. And she's done well here, I think, to come back after a difficult breaststroke for her to now once again dominate the event. And showing good strength down this final 50 meters. As I said, her entry time was 5:47, and she's going to be nicely inside that. 5:43.02 to take the first heat. Rosie then winning it from Isabel Munich, 5:46.90. She's just about on the time that she was entered on, the time she did from the Northumberland and Durham County Championships. And in third place, Gemma Brown, taking it 5:52.18.
Good swim.
Yep, Rosie Liston there. Got through that breaststroke, I think it's probably the way to describe it, and it's very strong in the other three. Line up for heat number 2. Thea Glenn goes for City of Glasgow in 0. Layla Todd of Lerwick in 1. Lucy Nimmo of North Lanarkshire in 2. Victoria Grabowska of Western Bartonshire in 3. Ayla Cochrane, City of Glasgow in 4. Freya Masson of Shetland in 5. Ellen MacDonald of Geary in 6. Simone Finlayson of Dundee City Aquatics in 7. Tia Aitken of Aberdeen Performance in 8. And Alice Hall, South Aberdeenshire in lane 9.
So Lucy Nimmo, in fact, for North Lanarkshire, a no-show in lane 2. That's Geary swimmer, I think, perhaps touching first. Ellen MacDonald. Geary with a strong tradition. First club for Hannah Miley, of course. 400 metres individual medley, a lot of their training is still based around the 400 metres individual medley, so it's not a surprise to see Geary swimmers entering en masse. It's something that they work towards. Like I say, you do have to put in the training for that, because you've got so many different components, as well as the fitness element and that endurance element that you want if you're going to be able to put in a good 400 metres individual medley. Ellen MacDonald working hard down this first 100, 1:14.87, so not as fast as we saw in the first heat. It just depends on the different strengths of all the different strokes for the swimmers, but she looks pretty good on the backstroke too.
Yeah, with 3+ second lead for Ellen, because in that first heat we saw very strong fly and backstroke from Rosie, and then a bit of a weaker breaststroke, so there'll be the opportunity, I think, for these swimmers to make time on Rosie in the breaststroke. But we'll see how it works out. Certainly the North doing nicely here. Tia Aitken in second place from Aberdeen Performance. Then it's Thea Glenn of City of Glasgow in lane 0. In third place, those start to spread out a bit, and then with still a lead of over 3 seconds, about 3.8. So she still continues to look nice and comfortable here. Thea Glenn now coming up into second place and starting to make an appearance in lane 3 is Western Bartonshire's Victoria Grabowska. She is challenging now with Tia Aitken for third, but I think she's ahead of Tia now. But still, Ellen leads at halfway, 2:42.11, still a couple of seconds behind the first heat. Isabel, Rosie Liston rather, is halfway split. Now let's see what happens on the breaststroke. And it does look like Thea Glenn is pushing hard, and watch out now for lane 8. I think Tia Aitken making a bit of a move. See if anyone can come and challenge Ellen.
So Freya Masson as well from Shetland, swimming there in lane 5. Seen her swim in Medley up in the North District as well, and competent breaststroke, so she's just starting to come through there.
Yeah, she definitely is. She's closed that gap quite fast. So in a way, we're seeing something a bit similar to what we saw in the first heat, of somebody going out really strong in the fly and back, and then getting hauled in the breaststroke. And Freya is going to go past Ellen now, and others coming up as well. So we could have 4 or 5 swimmers in the mix when we get to 300 here. But Freya will want to open up a fair gap here and give herself a margin for the final 100 free.
Yeah, so Tia Aitken looking as though she's going to come up alongside Ellen McDonald and potentially go past her as we come in towards this final turn up here at the start end.
See the Shetland flag being proudly worn on Freya's cap for 20:35, so now 5 seconds faster than the previous heat. Just shows the difference that breaststroke can make. They went into the breaststroke 2 seconds behind the first heat, came out of it 5 seconds ahead.
Yeah. And we spoke about the importance, or relative importance, of different competitions during the year for these swimmers. The island swimmers, so that's Shetland and Orkney, obviously Western Isles as well, have got the Island Games this year, and they'll be held in Orkney. And that is a focus meet for them as well. So it's not just about that representation of your club down in Sheffield that might be important to them. They'll be representing their islands at the Island Games later on this year.
And we're seeing almost an action replay of the first heat with a swimmer who led early on, then got overhauled in the breaststroke, and then coming back strong in the freestyle, Ellen McDonald. So, and she has just edged back into the lead, but Freya's not giving it up easily here. It's going to be a tight contest between these two, but it does look like Ellen has got the advantage, or does she? 15 meters to go. We've got a contest on now. Freya does not want to be overtaken. And the two of them coming into the final 5. And, well, all hats off to Freya, because Ellen came right back at her. And obviously Freya was aware of her presence there and said, I'm not having that. And really upped her game and was able to take it in 5:38.71, up by a 10th. You can see there a DQ coming through in lane 1. We'll just wait for confirmation of that. But unfortunately, it looks like Layla Todd has been disqualified. That was a good race there.
It was, and I enjoyed seeing Peter Peterson, so I assume he's Freya's coach from Shetland, waving his arms around frantically, trying to urge her on.
Well, it worked. She responded. Whether that was just she wanted to respond herself or whether Peter had anything to do with it, I don't know. But there is confirmation. Unfortunately, Layla Todd of Lerwick is disqualified, but Freya Masson, Ellen McDonald, Ayla Cochrane, the 1, 2, 3.
So our third heat just getting up on the blocks there. See, there's no swimmer in lane 7 and no swimmer in lane 4 by the looks of it. So in 0, we've got Talia Blackley, City Glasgow. Lane 1, Ailey Galt Eithan. Lane 2, Georgia Dickey Dumfries. In lane 3, Ellen McPhee Faulthouse. In 5, Jessica Powell from Elgin. In 6, Erica Watt, Heart of Midlothian. No swimmer in 7. In lane 8, Helen Stoddart, East Lothian. And in lane 9, Beth Hunter, Ren 96. And lane 8, Helen Stoddart from East Lothian, storming away.
Yeah, no surprise to see her going out. Very strong fly, very much is her thing. And so she'll be able to take full advantage of that. Good freestyler as well. We saw her a medalist yesterday in the 100 freestyle. Bronze medalist from memory. But definitely fly is her top stroke. Made the junior final in the 50 fly down in Sheffield.
Very good. And she's no mean 100 flyer as well.
No, we're seeing that. And she is be interesting to see how this develops, because I'll be surprised if she holds on to a lead of this size anyway. Very nice first 100, 109.24. Let's compare that with what we saw, 114s and 112s in the first 2 heats, so quite a bit faster. Lane 2 is Georgia Dickey of Dumfries. She's clear in second, and then there's 5 swimmers all pretty close for third so far. Helen is holding on. She was also the one, if you remember, the relay at the end of last night who was in the lead on the freestyle and had the boys hunting her down, but she managed to hang on to earn the gold for East Lothian in a real thriller at the end of yesterday evening's finals. I'm sure a lot of you saw that. So that was encouraging, but she's still got a 3-second lead over Georgia, but that's maybe is shrinking a little bit now, but it's still a healthy position.
Yeah, having a strong fly not only puts you into the lead potentially, but also means that you can conserve a little bit more energy for those swimmers who are having to work that bit harder on the butterfly. Definitely being caught now, though, I think Talia Blackley from City of Glasgow over in lane 0, looking good down this second length of the backstroke. I think that lead is shrinking somewhat.
Oh, very much so now, yes. In fact, I'm not sure she's even got it now. Let's see. No, it's Talia. 2:39.68, suddenly just towards the end of that backstroke. Don't know what happened with Helen there, but she certainly was feeling it.
Yeah, different range of turns as well that we see on that back to breaststroke. I think that was what we call a suicide turn or a crossover turn that we saw from Talia Blackley. They've been practicing those in City of Glasgow. During the lockdown, I was working with Danielle Brayson a lot, who's coaching at City of Glasgow, and she is a real keen to see these swimmers attempting these crossover turns. I'm a bit more of a chicken about it. We don't have quite as many hours, and I feel that the swimmers just don't get enough practice at it. But that was a really great turn. But it's the swimmers in the centre who are now coming through on the breaststroke leg again. All change. Jessica Powell from Elgin, and alongside her in 6, Erica Watt, Heart of Midlothian, really coming through strongly on the breaststroke.
Georgia Dickey still in the mix in lane 2, and Helen Stoddart's still there. We know she's a strong freestyler, so she's not out of it yet, but breaststroke, Jessica Powell, the Elgin swimmer, has come through and got herself about a body length lead. North District age group champion. Although Erica Watt is knocking on her door in lane 6. There's Watt. That's a bit less than a metre between these two, and Georgia Dickey in lane 2. So Talia Blackley, who led it halfway, now back to 4th. So you'd think it's going to be between Jessica and Erica here in the freestyle. The others have got a lot of ground to make up, although we've seen that happen.
Yeah, Jessica Powell perhaps extending her lead just down this first 50. I can see her coaches, they're waving her, Andy Summers, waving her on from the side. She's looking pretty strong, coming in towards the turn. We're swimming well, though, in 2. That's Georgia Dickey, Dumfries.
I was wondering whether it was Andy that you thought was looking strong or Georgia.
No.
Or Jessica, rather. And Jessica looks like she's got 2 and a bit seconds now in hand, so she's looking good for this one.
Yeah, it's only Talia Blackley now with the strongest first length of that freestyle. But I think she's left herself too much to do. She is coming through quickly. You can see that she's pacing faster than the other swimmers. Could possibly take 3rd in this heat. But I think there's no doubt about the winner now. Jessica Powell's going to take this heat. 5:35.67 her entry time. It's going to be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, just over a body length in between Jessica and Georgia, who held off Talia Blackley, who takes 2nd place. So quite a lot of swings around then in that race. And indeed, Helen Stoddart finishing in 5th place on a 5:40. Just looking at her time, she was entered 5:39.5, so not too far away from that. But the winner with a nice measured swim across the 4 strokes, 5:35.49 for Jessica Powell.
So heat 4 about to get underway then. That's the confirmed result for heat 3. Heat 4 in lane 0, we've got Isla McDonald from Highland. In lane 1, Zoe Crawford first. Lane 2, Louise Connell, City of Glasgow. In lane 3, Molly Cannon, Inverclyde. Lane 4, Ella Chalmers from Eithin. In 5, Caris Mooney, City of Glasgow. Lane 6, Victoria Niven, City of Glasgow. In 7, Holly Simpson, Aberdeen Performance. 8, Kate Cassidy, Aberdeen Performance. And in lane 9, Zara Innes from Carnegie.
So the entry times here, 5:31 to 5:35. Starting well in lane 4, Ella Chalmers of Eithin. No swimmer in 0, so I'm certainly not going to get my win from lane 0 in this one. Ella leading, 32.81. Holly and Molly pretty much together.
Good turn there from Holly Simpson in lane 7 to put herself up into contention, and in fact coming through there on the second half of the butterfly element. Kate Cassidy alongside her, these two 18-year-old girls from Aberdeen Performance. Spoke about Geary having a tradition of swimming individual medley, and especially the 400. Patrick Miley, of course, coaching now at the University of Aberdeen Performance Swim Team, and taking the university groups as well. So these swimmers 18. Kate Cassidy, was she not in the East District before?
Not that I remember, but tell us if we've got that wrong.
I'm sure somebody will. It is these two University of Aberdeen Performance swimmers in 7 and 8 just striding out there on the backstroke, and Kate Cassidy moving through.
Yeah, also down below them at the bottom of your screen is Carnegie's Zara Innes, a 15-year-old. So she's going well. Still up there in lane 3, Molly Cannon. And now Caris Mooney making her presence felt as well in lane 5. And for that matter, Louise Connell in lane 2. So the two from City of Glasgow, and first swimmer Zoe Crawford as well. So they're all fairly close. You can see Zoe Crawford in 6th place and Louise Connell in 7th place, 1:59's within a second or so of the leader. So everything's still to play for most of these swimmers. But Zara Innes having a very nice backstroke in lane 9.
Yeah, so lane 9, the slowest entry time. Although there is nothing in it, there's only 4 seconds across the whole of the field on entry times alone. All of these swimmers entered with a 0 at the end, which means that they're very likely to be converted times. And it's a very different race, swimming 400 IM long course to the short course. I mean, obviously it's the same distance, and you're doing the same strokes in the same order, but it is a quite different race.
So very nice backstroke from Zara, and see how she goes in the breaststroke. Right over on the other side of the pool is Zoe Crawford of first, and in lane 3 still in the mix, Molly Cannon. So lane 5, Caris Mooney. Still very, very open, this race. I think Zara's still going to have the lead, is she, at the 250? Not by much though, just a 10th.
Yeah, very close. And as I said, somebody would correct us. I just had a text through from Sean Breen. He's the head coach at Dice Swimming Club, and Kate Cassidy has been at Dice for all of her swimming career.
So there you go.
There you go.
Thanks, Sean. Great that somebody's listening to us and putting us right. Don't hesitate to tweet.
Well, I think they have the live stream on in the coaches' room just behind us. So they're tittering probably at our errors, Duncan.
Well, they've got plenty to work on. Not from you, Lynn, of course.
Oh, no, of course not.
So we're coming to the end of the breaststroke then, and still a very open contest with Zoe Crawford and Molly Cannon pretty much together, just 400ths in it. Molly's favour, 4:16.41, Zoe 4:16.45. Caris Mooney pretty close as well, and also Ella Chalmers in lane 4. Zara Innes still in the mix in lane 9. So I think we're down to those 5 now, unless somebody really puts in a charge in this freestyle. And the focus mainly up at the top of your screen. Zoe and Molly, blue and white caps respectively. Let's see who gets the turn here. I think it's Zoe. It is by now 6/10. So she's opened up the gap a bit on that first half of the freestyle. Can she see it through here in the second half? Maybe about a metre clear now. So it's looking good for her. Coming through into third, Ella Chalmers just ahead of Karis Mooney. But it's going to be Zoe Crawford from lane 1.
Yeah, so swimming in the 15-year age group and really stretching away there down the final length. Looks like she's paced that race really well, coming through there for first. 5:29.48, so underneath the 5.5 minutes. Her entry time was 5:33.9, so I'm sure that should be really pleased with that.
Yeah, always wonder when a swimmer from first takes on a swimmer from best, who wins?
I've never heard that before. I can't believe can't believe I haven't.
But in this case, it's the first swimmer first,
First
Zoe
swimmer
Crawford.
first.
Well done. Molly Cannon second, and a third place. It's Karis Mooney. Confirmation there, just 400s in it for third place, Karis and Ella. Of course, just 2 cycle seeded heats in the 400 medley, so this third last heat is not cycle seeded.
Right. So in lane 0, we've got Lexine McCappin from first. In lane 1, Libby Doubleday, City of Glasgow. In 2, Charlotte Thompson, Midlothian. Lane 3, Kirsty Gilmore, South Lanarkshire. In lane 4, Tegan Black, East Lothian. In lane 5, Eleanor Ross, Highland. 6, Grace Campbell, Portobello. In 7, Cassie Wiper from City of Glasgow. In lane 8, Alyssa Goodbrand, Eithan. And in lane 9, Elise Cousins from Perth City.
And she's off to a cracking start, Elise, in lane 9.
Yeah, Elise perhaps better known for swimming the 50, 100 free, maybe 50 fly as well, shorter distances, but I know she's been working hard on some of these longer distance events and just opening up different variety of swims for her. But when she was up in the North District, it was definitely the shorter distances that we would see in the main. But yeah, she's putting in a strong 100 fly.
Kirsty Gilmore in lane 3, perhaps just has the edge though. Silver medalist in the West District pre-snags meet. So that was done here just a couple of weeks ago, so a recent time. Because that 5:26.79 that she's entered on was done at that meet. So whether she can move it on a fortnight later. She has a lead of just over a second from Elise. Third place is lane 8, Alyssa Goodbrand. But Kirsty looking good here. And so is Elise. Not sure who that is giving the big hurry-ums there on the left of your screen. In fact, plenty of them now. Oh, encouraging their swimmers.
So I've just had a look through the results from this morning. I don't think we have any swim-offs. We may be able to finish on time.
I know our meet director last night was saying that there were to be no swim-offs because it was affecting the timeline of the session. So swimmers obviously very obedient to that.
Yeah, working well now here in down Elise Cousins on the backstroke. Putting in a very strong backstroke leg. Still second, Kirsty Gilmore, South Lanarkshire.
Other swimmers coming into the mix now. Tegan Black in lane 4, the winner in the 1500 freestyle yesterday. So we know she's got the endurance. And she's a pretty decent breaststroker as well. So we'll see how she goes in the second half. But 2:34.70, Elise Cousins, around 3 seconds faster than the previous heat at the halfway mark.
Yeah, we spoke about the crossover turn when we saw it a little bit earlier. I haven't really been looking at the backstroke, breaststroke turns there, but that was a traditional tuck turn or bucket turn that we saw from Elise Cousins there. Slightly faster flip turn, so it's when someone with touches on their back and does like a backstroke somersault almost, not in the water, but the legs rising up out of the water. We saw that for Kirsty Gilmore. Kirsty Gilmore perhaps losing a little bit out now on the breaststroke, and the breaststroke is starting to move forwards in the water. Tegan Black, East Lothian, she known to you as a breaststroke swimmer, certainly looks strong on this breaststroke leg.
No, she is a decent breaststroke swimmer as well as good freestyler, so I think she's in a good place now. Probably where she'd want to be at this point in the race. At least they will keep going, I'm sure, and push hard in the freestyle. And there's lane 5. Eleanor Ross of Highland Swim Team still very much in the hunt as well. So lane 2 is making a bit of a move. Charlotte Thompson, another good breaststroker from the Midlothian team. And she is doing her best to get herself into contention as well. It's going to be tight, but I think it's Tegan now taking over the lead. Yesterday's 4:07.59, leads by a second over Elise. We'll see whether Elise can bring that back in the freestyle. In third place with quite a lot to do now, Eleanor Ross. It looks like these three now breaking clear of the others. Charlotte Thompson in 4th, but a long way back. And I think Tegan probably has this under control. East District Age Group champion, so has form in 400 medley. That was swum short course in Glenrothes early in the year. At around 3 or 4 meters of advantage. Eleanor Ross just edging past Elise Cousins now. Down the final length. Tegan's entry time 5:25.5. Again, as you were saying, Lynn, likely to be the short course conversion probably from her swim at Glenrothes. So let's see what she does here. I'm sure she's going to be inside that 5:25. You see the clock just going through 5:15. And so nice stuff from the East Lothian swimmer. 5:19.07. There's quite a big roar coming from the crowd there, and the East Lothian team are happy with that, I think.
Yeah, some really good support there from East Lothian all the way through that race. It's good to see. So I mean, swimming just in the 15-year age group for Tegan. Elise in the 17, and it's a good result.
Yep, so Tegan definitely will get into the 15-year-old final with that. So we were talking earlier, very interesting to see whether she can replicate or improve further on that tonight. We've got still a few more 15-year-olds to come in the final 2 heats, so we'll keep an eye on their times against that one we've just seen. But certainly that was impressive from Tegan to take heat 5, and we now focus on heat number 6.
Yeah, and I always wonder what's going through the swimmers' heads when they're just coming in towards their finish and they're being encouraged from the side to kick as hard as they can. They think, I've just got to go harder and harder and harder just to be able to come back tonight to do exactly the same thing again. It must be a bit of a conflict there anyway. So heat 6, we're missing a swimmer in lane 3 by the looks of it. So in lane 0, we've got Louisa Stoddart, East Lothian. Jory Horn representing City of Glasgow in 1. In lane 2, Catherine Body-Geary. In 4, Catherine Bailey, Perth City. 5, Drew Mackenzie, City of Glasgow. In lane 6, Amy McLeod, City of Glasgow. Lane 7, Iona Wilson, East Lothian. In lane 8, Heidi Wren, City of Glasgow. And in 9, India Marshall, representing East Lothian.
Yeah, Scarlett Ferris has decided not to swim this one. We were talking about people prioritising events. She swam the 100 backstroke earlier. She's obviously decided that's her focus for today.
Oh, good to see Catherine Bailey taking this one out on the butterfly. Winner of the 1500 yesterday. Swimming really strongly for Perth at the moment. She's in the Scottish junior team and coming through 1:06.39. Alongside her though, Drew Mackenzie. She won the 100 free yesterday, Drew took, and that was a good time as well, wasn't it? 57 low.
Yeah, freestyle probably is very much Drew's thing, so if she is close as they go to the 300, then you'd fancy her as probably the better freestyle sprinter, although of course Catherine won the 1500 freestyle, so very good endurance freestyler as well. So this is going to be interesting, I think, between these two swimmers, both very strong swimmers with different different strengths, I guess.
Well, Drew can put in a cracking 200 individual medley. I think, as you say, freestyle perhaps her forte, but 200 IM is a really strong event for her. 400 we don't see quite so much, but then we don't see it quite as much anyway, do we? What's separating them on their entry? It's about 4 seconds on entry, so we'd expect to have a good race towards the finish. And it is just between these two at the moment, although we've said that before, and the breaststroke has come through, don't they, on the breaststroke leg? Jory Horn, perhaps in third place now. Over in lane 1, another City of Glasgow swimmer. Her entry time much slower than the two in the centre lanes, but she's looking pretty strong on the backstroke.
So as you'd expect, quite a bit faster than we've seen, some 6 seconds at the halfway point, and well, less than a second between the two of them as we go to breaststroke. And maybe Drew just starting to edge it. I think she is. Also starting to make a move, Amy McLeod in lane 6 to challenge for third place. I don't think any of these swimmers will get anywhere close to Drew and Catherine, but they'll have their own contest, and a little City of Glasgow contest going on between Jory M1 and Amy in 6.
Catherine Body, Geary coming through pretty quickly there on the breaststroke, but it looks like Amy McLeod's got a strong breaststroke as well for City of Glasgow in 6. But I'd expect Catherine Body to come through on this breaststroke. Be interesting to see if she can hang on the freestyle. But Drew McKenzie definitely putting in a really strong breaststroke leg here. And again, her coach, Danielle Brayson, wouldn't let her just have one strong stroke. She would be working on all of them all of the time. I know that that's the way that she works. She wants to give them the chance to swim all the different events and just to establish what it is that is going to be their forte as the swimmers mature. But Drew McKenzie looking really good. So I think Amy McLeod, the only 16-year-old in the top few at the moment.
So that means she's in a good position here for a good lane tonight in the 16-year-old final. But there's just over a second and a half between Drew and Catherine as they go to the freestyle. Both, as I said, very strong freestylers. Catherine more on the distance end, Drew more on the shorter end, but 200 as well. And well, there'd be a surprise, I think, now if Catherine was able to make up the gap that Drew has built up. That was a really good breaststroke leg from Drew. I'm impressed with that. Don't think of her as a breaststroker, but she showed great technique and speed in that breaststroke leg. And she goes into the final 50 with a lead of over 2 seconds now. So I think she's got this one in the bag.
Yeah, Drew looking very strong down this final leg. Amy McLeod also working well in lane 6, our 16-year-old swimmer. Catherine Bailey, we don't know. I mean, she may just decide that she's settling for this position. She knows she's going to make it through to the final this evening if she wants to do it. There's no need for her to work any harder down this final length, but she's looking pretty comfortable in second place there. Amy McLeod, she's working really hard just to get the best time that she can in these morning heats.
So 5:11.46 the time there for Drew, 5:14 for Catherine, 5:18 for Amy. So I'm sure all three of them will be looking to improve on those times tonight. All three of them came into the meet with faster times than that. So
yeah, Jory Horn really fast down that final 50, especially towards the end, the last 25. So finishing only a second and a half or so behind Amy McLeod, whereas she had been several seconds back with 50 to go.
Yep, so Drew then has put down the marker, 5:11.46 for this final heat. The lineup for this final heat looks like everyone's there. Millie Milne of Warrender in 0. Stella McCarty of City Glasgow in 1. Jessica Heaps of Fauldhouse in 2. Susie McNair of First in 3. Nuala Gow of Geary in 4. Then 2 from Stirling. Mari Craig in 5. Isabel Wood in 6. Melissa Mainwaring of West Lothian in 7. Fern Gray of Sevenoaks in 8. And Alice Mackey, Heart of Midlothian, in lane 9. So it's just confirmation of that final previous heat, and there is confirmation of the lineup for this final heat. So Nuala Gow with the fastest entry time, 5:02. So we saw as Drew with a 5:11 Recently, Nuala also in the 17-18 age group. So I'm sure, be hoping to go under that 5.11 and claim top spot in the 17-18. Didn't get the best of starts there, though, it has to be said. Lane 7, maybe. Melissa Mainwaring off strongly, and beside her, Isabel Wood and her Sterling colleague, Mari Craig. Up at the top of your screen, Millie Milne, Stella McCarty, not far off, but Mari by 2/10 has the edge in lane 5. Nuala now starting to get into her stride in lane 4, but was that, do you think something happened to her in the blocks there? She was definitely very slow off the blocks, Nuala.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, she's not the tallest of figures, and definitely helps to be quite tall for that initial start. Breaststroke, her best stroke probably. I'd say strong medley swimmer, but breaststroke definitely her forte. We'd look to see her coming through on that particular leg. She has definitely brought it back a little bit on that second length, so it may well be that there was just some little mishap at the start that we missed.
Quite a tough session for the breaststroke and medalists. 200 breaststroke and a 400 IM in the same session is a tough one.
Yeah, it's difficult to know what to put alongside the 400 metres individual medley in a 5-day meet, because 200 metres breaststroke and 400 IM is not an uncommon combination for swimmers to want to do. 200 backstroke, 400 metres individual medley, another common one. Yeah, that is a tough one, and it may be that she's feeling the effects of that 200 breaststroke.
But it's early days, and she's certainly still in the mix that she could come through. From the two Sterling swimmers who at the moment have the lead, Mari and Isabel, pretty much together. And then, as you can see, they are starting to gather just a body length back on her, 4 of them, or 5 of them pretty much, with Stella McCarty there or thereabouts as well. And just making a bit of a move now in lane 6 is Isabel Wood of Sterling.
Yeah, Sterling having a really good meet, actually. I mean, well up in the points. And they seem to be much more prominent than I'm used to seeing them. But then I'm used to seeing them. It's 3 years since we've had our last Scottish national age groups. But Sterling doing well here. So this is Nuala's, this is her stroke. So it'll be interesting to see who else is a breaststroker. But you can see Nuala coming now, coming through there in lane 4 with that blue cap from Geary.
So they went into the breaststroke a couple of seconds behind Drew and Catherine's split. So we'll see whether they make that up. They may well make that up and more in the breaststroke, because Nuala, certainly as you're saying, this is her strength, and you can see now she's up alongside Mari Craig. They've both gone past Isabel Wood. So a 41-3 split there for Nuala against 43-4 for Mari and 47 for Isabel. So you can see the difference in the breaststroke, and Nuala now just pulling away very nicely indeed. If she did another 41, she'd come into the 300 and around 3:45, and that would be much faster than the previous heat. 3:55, I think, sorry. Mental maths has let me down. But they were 3:59 at the 300, Drew and Catherine. So this will now be faster, so 3:57.
Yeah, and I mean, Drew put in a pretty good breaststroke leg. Her 100 breaststroke looked very decent, but just goes to show the difference of it being your speciality stroke there for Nuala, making up that distance and coming through the fastest, actually, with the 100 to go.
Yeah, about a 4-second differential on the breaststroke there in Nuala's favour, and that certainly has put her well in control of this heat. Mari Craig looks set for second now, and lane 3. Susie McNair, 15-year-old, so we'll keep an eye on her time versus that one we saw a little while ago from Tegan Black, 5:19. I suspect that Susie might be faster than that. Let's see what her split is for 40, so she'd have to go, 39. Should do that comfortably enough to be fastest qualifier for the 15-year-olds. But Nuala Gow going very nicely indeed. North District Age Group champion, finalist at the McCullough meet in Ireland. And she will take this one. And is she the fastest qualifier? Yes, she is, by a couple of seconds. 5:09.66. Mari Craig 5:13. Susie McNair 5:16. So that is faster than Tegan Black's time. So I think she'll be the fastest 15-year-old finalist. Isabel Wood 5:20 on the nose.
Yeah, so 5:09.66. We've spoken about barriers in some of the other events, 5 minutes being the big one, really, in the 400 metres individual medleys. We've got no swimmers under that in this morning's heat. I don't think we've had any swimmers that have gone under 5 long course competing today, but hopefully they'll get close to and under that in the final this evening.
Yes, of course, our rising star in 400 individual medley, Katie Shanahan, performed to great distinction last week in Sheffield. Not here, unsurprisingly not here this weekend. She's basically really swimming as a senior swimmer now.
I think I saw her entered into the 200 metres freestyle, so we might see her swimming that later.
Yep, yep. I guess what I meant was not on our main event.
Oh, right, yeah, sorry.
But I didn't say that, so it was a fair call. So we're done with 400 individual medley, but we've still got 400s to come. Next up, 400 freestyle for the boys. And as we see all the time scroll through for that medley, we're going to have 7 heats of 400 freestyle. No problems with 5 minutes in this one. Starting off in the 440s, 441s in the first heat. So they'll be looking to maybe get into the 430s by the time this first heat is done. Here's your lineup for the first heat. Luke Garrity of Inverclyde. Are we missing one? No, we're not. We've got 5 swimmers there. Taylor Sinclair of Elgin in lane 3. Tom Ingalls, City of Glasgow in 4. Fraser Stewart of Steprock in 5. And Edward Bell of Seagulls off to a great start in lane 6.
Do we know where Seagulls is, Duncan?
Now, I might be wrong on this, but I think it's Christchurch down on the south coast, Dorset sort of area, near Bournemouth.
They're a long trip.
A very long trip, yeah. Would that be further away than Lerwick?
I was just wondering that. I mean, of course, you can drive. Well, you can't drive from Lerwick.
Not easily. But you could drive onto a ferry.
Yeah, you could drive onto a ferry. I've taken the trip. Have you taken a trip on the ferry up to the islands? Yeah. Yes,
well, I had a lovely time holiday. In fact, I've had holidays in both Shetland and Orkney, and both of them were great.
1:03.26, Edward Bell.
Yeah, time to stop talking about holidays, time to stop talking about swimming.
Well, I was just going to talk about, I see Scottish Swimming have put on a little workshop on Saturday and Sunday. I spotted it on social media last night, so Hannah Miley delivering a workshop for parents. It's good to see. It's something that we've not been able to do for quite some time, get everybody face to face. So workshop for parents, and that's on Saturday and Sunday, 12:30 until 1:15. So if you're in the building on Saturday or Sunday as a parent, then come along. It's focused on athlete development, specifically aimed at swimmers aged 12 to 15. So if you are the parent of a swimmer, something between 12 and 15, then come along and have a listen to and a chat with Hannah, and it'll be in the Aerodrome Suite.
So if you're watching in the morning for the 15-year-olds, you can hang on, and if you're watching in the afternoon for the younger swimmers, then come a bit early. And, well, you can't get more experience than Hannah to tell you what it's like. She's been there, done it, got the T-shirt, got several T-shirts, as long as several medals at the highest level, and is a great speaker as well, so I highly encourage that. It will be, I'm sure, very worthwhile to you to come along to that workshop. But let's just focus on the swimming. Edward Bell, really right from the dive, has stamped his authority on this first heat. I can tell you that he was 5th in the Dorset County Championships. And that's all I know about Edward. But he's looking really good here. Nice, easy stroke. Holding the 6-7 meter lead. Over a twosome behind him. Lane 4, Tom Ingalls, and lane 3, Taylor Sinclair. So coming up to the 300. His split was around a 1:11 for his second 100. Let's see what it is here. 3:28. So the split slipped a bit down to just under at 1:14. You can see there is 37.6 for that last split. But he's certainly not going to be caught. Another 1:14 would bring him in about 4:42. He entered on 4:43, so hopefully he can find a little bit of a sprint down the final length and get himself close to the 4:40 mark. Taylor Sinclair looks to have the edge on Tom Ingalls now, up by a body length in second, so 35.9 there from Edward on his penultimate length, so yeah, just pick up a little bit more and he'll be under the 4:40. Let's see, has he got it inside him? Let's see if we can get those legs going in the last half length. A moment, just the flutter kick going on, and pushing on is Taylor Sinclair, but won't get anywhere close. Now seeing a bit more leg action from Edward in this last 15. In fact, a lot more now as he comes in, just finds an extra bit of speed there and ducks under the 4:40. He'll be happy with that. 4:39.82. 4:43.07 for Taylor, and Tom Ingalls there, 4:47.01.
Yes, Edward having a good meet. He was second in the 100 metres backstroke, and that's a good improvement on his time there as well. So, heat 2 then?
Heat 2. Beside our commentary position, we've got that first team, and they're getting their music and instruments out to support Gregor Skinner, who goes there in lane 4. Full lineup: Adam Thompson of Kilmarnock in 0, Dan Hall of Aberdeen Performance in 1, Harry Keogh of Red 96 in 2, Adam Scott, City of Glasgow in 3, Gregor Skinner of First in 4, Ewan Mitchell of South Lanarkshire in 5, Guy Pelosi of City of Glasgow in 6, Kane Buchanan, Dundee City Aquatics in 7, Jamie Glenn of North Lanarkshire in 8, Fraser McIntosh, South Lanarkshire in lane 9. Jamie Glenn's going to be first, just. Oh, no, he's not, in fact. Gregor Skinner just ducking into the wall first, 29.13.
Yeah, faster rotation on the approach to the wall there from Gregor Skinner. Just got him touching the wall with his feet first. But Jamie Glenn come out really well and looking good in his yellow cap over here on the near side. It's still pretty close though. Just do this first 100.
And 3 swimmers in between them are all there or thereabout as well. So a host of swimmers going through on the 103s there, led by Gregor. About a quarter of a second faster than the first heat at the 100.
Yeah, these swimmers won't have had much of an opportunity either to swim 400 heats and finals in the freestyle. We spoke about the difficulties that you have, or the lack of opportunities that there are in the individual medley. Even at senior level, when the events like the Mare Nostrum, they don't always have heats and finals of the 400 individual medley, electing instead to put the fastest heat in the finals session. So even at senior level, it's quite difficult to get the 400 individual medley. The 400 freestyle, perhaps it's seen as being a little less taxing. They tend to have heats and finals, but not for these swimmers. They won't have done this before.
And still a good contest going on here with the 5 swimmers. Nobody giving any quarter at this stage. Will it still be Gregor? I'm not sure. Let's see who does get the touch. Yes, it is. By 600ths from Kane Buchanan. Jamie Glenn now in third, 2:13.90, now half a second faster than Edward Bell's split. Kane Buchanan has had a good meet so far. Again, we've had swimmers swimming in 200 fly, followed by 400 free, also quite demanding pair. Just looking to see whether, I think Kane Buchanan did swim the 200 fly, yes, and I seem to remember he just struggled down the last length in that 200 fly, so we'll see if he has some similar issue here, but he's certainly out there with Gregor at the moment at the front, as the other three just fading back a little bit as we approach 300. So they were on around about 110 pace. It's going to be a little slower, but not too much slower, about 112 pace now, 3:24.74 for Gregor.
Yeah, two leaders looking pretty good here. It was just that final 25 where Kane lost his body position on that 200 metres butterfly, just tiring towards the end. He's nice and horizontal now, and he's kicking really hard. You can see that great huge splash coming up from his legs. He's still got another leg to go, so it would be interesting to see if he can keep that up all the way through. But Gregor Skinner still working hard in lane 4. Like I say, he's got the faster rotation on the turns, moves over really quickly, so we might see him well ahead on the turn. But we'll see Kane coming back again as he pushes off the wall hard, because he's nice and long and strong.
You see whether Gregor goes to his legs, you think that would work, because as you said, Kane has been at his legs for a while now. Now Gregor is starting to go to his legs, and that's working to his advantage. And he's certainly going to get this one. Strong swim from Guy Pelosi in lane 6 for third spot at the moment, but it's going to be Gregor Skinner. A very nice swim from the first swimmer. Again, we've got first coming first. 4:31.99. He'll be pretty happy with that time as well. Nearly 3 seconds inside his entry time. So well done to him. Well done to Kane. 4:35.19. Also an improvement on his entry time. 4:35.15, I should say. And third spot, Guy Pelosi, 4:36.82 for him. Pretty much bang on his time.
Yes, it must be so nice when you can come up with an acronym or initials that suit, like FIRST, you know, Falkirk Integrated Regional Swim Team, and you think, yeah, I can do that. I'm best. My own club in Afford, we wanted to be called TOAST. The Town of Afford Swim Team. That was the best we could come up with.
I'm not sure toast was really, you don't really want to be toast in a swimming competition, do you?
Well, we could have nice swim caps with some pictures of some toast on it. That was the best we could come up with name-wise, though.
Yeah, if you can come up with anything else for Afford Otters, then let us know, and Lynn will take it to the committee. So the lineup now for this third heat. We have Jamie Gilchrist, South Lanarkshire, in 0. Sean Griffiths of Warrender in 1. Ewan Walker, Ren 96 in 2. Oliver Cartwright, City of Glasgow in 3. Fergus Curry of Mulgai and Bearsden in 4. Struan McFarlane of Stirling Swim in 5. Ali Jeffrey of Satellite in 6. Cedar Gullen of Warrender in 7. Alex Wiseman of Cossacks in 8. And Kieran Lennox, Aberdeen Performance, in lane 9. Cedar Gullen pushing it off very strongly, and so in lane 1 is his teammate Sean Griffiths. So the Warrender crew decided the way to do this is to go out hard. Sean with the touch by 300s, 101.46 against Cedar's 101.49, and then the second half back Ali Jeffrey in third.
Yeah, Ali Jeffrey looked like he worked really quite hard down that second length just to get back on terms with the two Warrender boys who went out really hard from the start. And there's pretty neck and neck between the two of them. You know, they're looking really good out in front, although Ali Jeffrey, again, now in this third length, working pretty hard to come back on terms, and I think he is making up some ground on them. They were well out in front after the first length, but now we're moving through into the middle of the race. He's looking pretty good.
Yeah, you can see just those splits, 34.08, Ali Jeffrey in third place there is the fastest split for the third 50, and you see right there with the Warrender boys now. In fourth place, In lane 2 is around 96's Ewan Walker. He could certainly get himself back into the mix here. He's only, what, 1.5 meters away from the front. And I think it is going to be the yellow-capped Alex Wiseman, or Ali Jeffrey, sorry, who leads the way to 12.09, the halfway mark.
Yeah, we're only halfway, and although the two leaders now are on the near side with Ali Jeffrey and Cedar Gullen, there's another little race developing over on the spectator side between Sean Sy-Griffiths and Ewan Walker, and Ewan Walker now come up alongside Sean Sy-Griffiths. Looks like he's going to go past him as we come in towards this turn.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting now between Ali and Cedar, because you thought maybe that Ali, having gone past Cedar, would get away from him, but Cedar has picked his pace up, and he is pretty much back on terms now with Ali Jeffrey. See whether he can hold on to that sort of pace. They are being joined by Ewan Walker a bit now. He's not still very much in the mix. I think Sean Sy-Griffiths perhaps paying for that fast start in lane 1, back now into 4th place. But Ali in lane 6 is the one who's going to lead them in the 17-18 age group. Entry time of 4:31.8, so 3:21.
And you commented on that fast split that we saw from Ali Jeffrey in the previous 100, and we see there that it is the swimmer in 2, Ewan Walker, who's turned in the fastest split this time. He was down in a low 34, and he's looking really strong coming in towards this final turn. Cedar Gullen not given up though.
No, he certainly hasn't. He sort of looks a determined look about his swim at the moment now, but still Ali leads the way by 4/10. Ewan and Cedar pretty much together. So it's going to be a race to the finish now. And looks like they all want it here, these three. Nobody is going to give this one up easily. Is Ewan going to edge it from lane 2? He's certainly right up there now, having been quite a long way back at the halfway point. The other two on the right of your screen, pretty much stroke for stroke, but I think it's going to be Ewan Walker who takes it. He does. Great swim from the round boy. 4:28.98 to take the win. Entered on 4:32, so that's nice improvement.
Yeah, that was quite interesting. Ali Jeffrey and Cedar Gullen were both breathing to both sides so that they could see each other and they could see what else was going on in the pool. Ewan Walker breathing on that last length almost exclusively to the left-hand side, so he couldn't see what was going on. He was certainly getting cheered on by the RIN 96 coaches, and he did throw in a breath to the right just towards the finish, and it held him in good stead. Just taking that one.
Yeah, nice swim that one. Enjoyed that one.
So final deck seeded heat then, before we move on to the cyclically seeded ones, is heat number 5. Or is it heat number 4? We're on heat number 4.
Yeah.
In lane 0, Keane Smith, North Lanarkshire Swim Team. In 1, Ewan Jones, West Lothian. In lane 2, Fraser Tetlow Geary. In 3, James Boddy Geary. Lane 4, Connor Stewart, Stirling Swim. In 5, Lucas Brown, Elgin. 6, Jake Gibson from Brock. 7, Will Shepherd, Perth City. In lane 8, Thomas Trainer, South Lanarkshire. In lane 9, Kyle Mitchell from Geary. So 3 Geary swimmers in this one. Fastest start though, it looks like that's, is that Jake Gibson? Yeah, Jake Gibson from Brock. It's distance freestyle, probably Jake's thing. He was also a very proficient breaststroke swimmer, especially over the longer distances. Not seen much of him in this meet so far. He's looking very strong in this freestyle.
Getting my hopes up for lane 0 again. Keane Smith, North Lanarkshire, is off to a good start.
I thought you weren't going to mention it.
You said I wasn't to mention it. I never agreed.
All right, okay. I'll remember that. You don't do as you're told. So Jake Gibson, the red cap. Brock, for those of you that are not from the north of Scotland, that's Fraserburgh based. They've got a fairly new 6-lane pool that they train out of in Fraserburgh, which replaced their fairly tatty 25-metre 4-lane pool not that long ago. Aberdeenshire Council having a pretty comprehensive range of replacement for pools and schools. So they're based in very often in community campuses, although the Fraserburgh pool is a standalone facility with a gym.
Yes, because of course we were talking about Inverurie, the Geary with the new pool. There's Bankery as well.
Yeah, new pool in Bankery as well. 6 lanes, not really suitable for competition. It's got no poolside area at all, but we are going to see some competition in there just as we come into the autumn and towards the end of the year. The club at Bankery are very keen to put on some competition, so it'll be interesting to see how that all works out.
2:08.77, Jake Gibson about a second and a half clear of Will Shepherd at the halfway mark. Again, if you look at the intermediate split there, you can see that Will was quite a bit faster than anybody else, so he's there on Jake's left hand side. Is it port or starboard?
Oh, I can never remember.
Anyway, he's pretty much up with Jake now, so continuing to push hard. Again, quite a bit faster intermediate split, nearly more than a second and a half, 33.8 against 35.4. We'll see whether he can continue to drive that or whether Jake can pick up his pace to then go with Will. So the two red caps of Perth and Broch. Behind them in lane 5, Lucas Brown of Elgin. So do you maybe expect him to make a move in the final 100? Very talented swimmer. Lane 8, Thomas Traynor, South Lanarkshire. So they're the leading 4 with 100 to go. Will now with the lead by a second, 3:18.78. Again, quite a pickup in pace from what we've seen in the previous heats.
Yeah, interesting to look at the different range of kicks we've got there. Lucas having a 6-beat kick. And we speak about the number of beats that there are per arm cycle in swimming. Certainly we want to encourage the swimmers to have a 6-beat kick, but when we look at the longer distances, we quite often see swimmers with just 2 down kicks per arm cycle. And Jake Gibson, in fact, throughout some of the earlier parts of the swim, he has started to kick now. His legs were laying there doing not very much at all, and there's definitely a benefit to kicking, not just for stabilisation, but you get the propulsion as well. Jake come to his legs now. He's saved a little bit for the finish, but there's no doubt about who's going to take this one. Will Shepherd from Perth City. Really nicely paced race there, just out of lane 7.
Yeah, so he was 3rd in the Midland District Open, and he's going to post a good time here. He was entered on 4:30. That almost certainly was a short course conversion, and he takes that down to 4:27.10. So nicely done, Will. Second, Jake Gibson, 4:28.88, and third, Thomas Traynor. Big comeback from him there to take 3rd place. Just looking at Thomas's final split, just came off the board there before I focused on it, so but it must have been pretty fast. Got himself into 3rd place there.
4 swimmers underneath 4:30. It's a good result. We move on to heat 5, and this is the final heat before we move on to the cyclically seeded ones. In lane 0, Callum Gold, Aberdeen Dolphins. 1, Zach Slater, East Lothian. In lane 2, Kai Connolly, City of Glasgow. Lane 3, Owen Carroll, Perth City. In 4, Brodie Gordon Gibson, Warrington Bath. In 5, Leighton Burr, Aberdeen Performance. In lane 6, Owen Williamson, East Lothian. Lane 7, Calvin McDonald from Aberdeen Performance. In 8, Greg Hall, Aberdeen Performance. And in lane 9, Robbie Thompson, Shetland. What a start there from Brodie Gordon Gibson in the red cap in the centre. So fastest seed, his entry time 4:24.1, but it's actually pretty close between all the swimmers on entry. It's just about 4 seconds separating the whole field. Also working well there from East Lothian in lane 6, Owen Williamson.
Yep, so 27.9 at the 50 for Owen. It's always been a good solid 400 freestyler, probably his best event. Brodie Gordon Gibson having a really good season this year. He's made leaps and bounds on his times so far, mainly short course, but he now has taken over the lead, 1:00.20.
Kai Connolly working well there in lane 2, City of Glasgow swimmer. Seen the 2 swimmers move ahead And he's bringing along lane 1, Zach Slater from East Lothian with him.
Yep, Kai and Zach both in the 15-year-old age group, so they could well be doing battle again later on this evening. But Brodie just now edging away from Owen. It's opened the gap up to just over a second. You see 32.5 against 33.4 their respective splits. Zach Slater and 33.3. He's going nicely there in lane 1. I think just edging third from Kai Connolly at the moment, although effectively they're together. Owen Carroll not far away from them. But I think Brodie is going to be the one here now to watch. It's difficult to see anybody getting anywhere close to him now. He's just driving this up and up the lead. 2:05.90 is nearly 3 seconds faster at the halfway mark than we saw in the previous heat.
Yeah, and he's edged a little bit away further from Owen Williamson in second place. We're seeing Owen Carroll coming through from Perth City. He's on the other side of Brodie Gordon-Gibson.
Yep, so we'll check on the splits here.
Yeah, that looks less than 3 seconds to me.
So 2.4 between Brodie and Owen, and then the two Owens are just over a second apart.
Brodie Gordon-Gibson, though, he looks very comfortable out in front, doesn't he? He's got a very long stroke, suits this type of distance. We were speaking yesterday, we're going to be joined by John Munsey later on, and his son, another accomplished distance swimmer. He's got a similar kind of style, very long and very strong.
Yep, Jack Munsey, who's performed very well down in Sheffield last week. Not seeing him, of course, a 19-year-old now, so too old. Too old for Scottish National Age Group Championships.
But look at the difference in between those two styles. We can see Brodie Gordon-Gibson, he's not having to do anything like as many strokes as we're seeing from Owen Williamson, who's got much faster turnover. It may be that there's getting Brodie Gordon-Gibson's getting a better pull underneath the water, or it may be that he's getting caught.
Well, I don't think he's going to be caught, but you can see there that Owen has picked up the pace, 33.2 against Brodie's 33.9. So Owen is certainly putting in a big effort here in this last 100. But he's not going to catch Brodie. Both in the 17-18 age group. So probably unlikely that they'll make the final, but well, we'll see. 4:19.58. Oh, Brodie's given himself a good chance, I think, with that, maybe, because looking at the entry times in the two heats to come, there's plenty that are slower than that. So 4:19.58, as I said, nice swim. That was, what, 3.5 seconds inside his entry time, so he'd be happy with that. Owen, I think, also was very happy with the 4:21. He was entered on 4:27. So good progress from the East Lothian swimmer as well.
Yeah, fastest entry time so far, and we've still got some 16 and a couple of 15-year-olds to come, so they've put themselves in, as you say, in with a good shout of making that final this evening.
So now we do have the cycle-seeded heats, 2 of them. This is the first, and the lineup is Jacob Wood of Elgin in lane 0, Robert Burgess, City of Glasgow in 1, Angus Johnson, also City of Glasgow in 2, Finley Clubb, Aberdeen Dolphin in 3, Luke Hornsey of East Lothian in 4, John Taylor of Aberdeen Performance in 5, Mark Scott of Finns in 6, Ben McLaughlin of Geary in 7, Finley Davis of Midlothian in 8, and James Burnett of Warrender in lane 9. So a number of swimmers in the different age groups. The youngster is James Burnett in lane 9. He's the only 15-year-old in this heat. And the 16-year-olds are Ben McLaughlin, Finley Davis in lanes 7 and 8, and Luke Hornsey in lane 4. The rest all in the 17-18s. Lane 2, Angus Johnson. Just edging it at the moment, but by not a lot from his teammate Robert Burgess. And Luke Hornsey Very strong middle and distance freestyler. Very versatile swimmer overall, Luke, but maybe particularly those. First split we've seen under the minute, 59.96. And Luke starting to make a move, I think, in lane 4. Member of the Scottish junior team. He was East District Age Group champion, won the Festival of Swimming last season, and junior finalist at the Edinburgh International. And you can see there 32.0, a second faster for that last 50 than anyone else. On his right hand side, lane 5, John Taylor. Is that an old school Aberdeen performance cap he's wearing? The pink?
No, it's not. During the what do we call them? During the national leagues, Aberdeen, all the teams came together and competed against each other in made-up teams, and some of the swimmers were still wearing their caps.
Okay, good thing to do. So the 3 swimmers, Angus Johnson in 2, Luke Hornsey in 4, and John Taylor in 5. John very much distance specialist, so 400 is probably the bottom end of his range. But, he's showing good skills there to stay right there with Luke. And you see pacing a little bit faster on that 50 than Luke did, and he's only 4/10 behind, and maybe just edging alongside him now. Angus still very much there, and Robert Burgess not too far back either, and these 4 now with quite a gap on the rest of the field. Again, you'd expect all of these 4 to be swimming again tonight, so there's a little decision for them to make. Do we race now, or do we just do what we need to do and take it on to tonight? I guess the temptation when there's quite a lot of noise from the gallery and support to the swimmers is to just push it on and get the adrenaline going, and that looks like maybe that's what Luke is doing now. Suddenly he has opened up a fair gap on this penultimate length. See what his time was there, 30.8. So look at that, against a 33.3 and a 32.9. So suddenly there was a new burst of speed there from Luke Hornsey, and as a result of that, he's what, 3-4 meters clear. Well, the legs are going pretty hard as well now. So he's taken this pretty seriously. We talked about that earlier, about the importance of swimming fast in the morning. Maybe just easing back a little at the end there at 4:14.36. And you would expect him to be quite a bit faster than that tonight. Entered on a 4:07, but the job done there.
Yeah, his third 100 looked so easy. It was like he was deliberately going slowly. But you never like to say that, just in case it's actually all that he's got there. But he was clearly saving something for the end. I just had another text from Sean Breen. So the pink caps apparently are now given to relay team members at Snags for the University of Aberdeen. And some of them love them so much that they wear them for the whole week. So there we go, stand corrected. I did used to like the pink attire. I remember swimmers buying the first fast skins came out. Do you remember the aqua blades or something? I think that they were called. Before we had the fully waterproof and the taped seams and everything like that that Scottish Swimming is now trying to stop the younger swimmers from wearing. There was a really nice pink aqua blade suit, and they used to wear that with those pink caps. That was back in the City of Aberdeen swim team days.
Now you're showing your age then.
Just a couple of years ago. Anyway, so the pink caps are the status hats for relay team members for the University of Aberdeen here at Snags.
So the last of our individual races for the morning session. This heat number 7 of the 400 freestyle. We've got Jack Simpson of South Lanarkshire in 0, Ben Kelly of Warrender in 1, Rory McKinnon, City of Glasgow in 2, Scott Fleming of South Lanarkshire in 3, Andrew Bertoli, City of Glasgow in 4. Evan Davidson of Perth City in 5. Nathan Campbell of Stirling Swim in 6. Callum Peebles of East Lothian in 7. Archie Dixon of City of Glasgow in 8. And Luke Porteous of East Lothian in 9. And Luke has gone out very fast there. 1:00:17 from lane 9.
East Lothian in lane 9 again.
There you go.
It's becoming a bit of a habit. Swimming well in 3. Scott Fleming, South Lanarkshire. We've seen him swimming already this morning.
Yeah, you'd think that the swimmers in the centre lanes are probably holding their powder dry at the moment. Bertoli and Davidson in lanes 4 and 5, both very accomplished swimmers across a range of events, including this one. Andrew Bertoli, another one who's performed with distinction down in Sheffield in this event, winning the junior final in a 4:01. So the fact that he's down in, what, 6th, 7th or something like that, 8th maybe even, is not really reflecting his abilities. We'll see whether that changes as we go. Looks like we've got a new leader now, though, at the 200. It's Scott Fleming taking it on. 2:05:47. Pretty similar split to the previous heat. And leading by a bit over a second from Rory McKinnon. Here comes Andrew Bertoli now, though. Suddenly he's decided it's time to make a move. That was clearly his strategy. Just take it pretty easy in the first 200 and now use your power and speed. And look at him come through. Be very interesting to see his relative split on that 50 compared with the others. 29.6 against 32s from the 3 around him. And off he goes.
Yeah, that was quite an astonishing turn of pace, really, wasn't it? I mean, he was back in 8th place as we came down this time on the previous 100, and here he is in the lead and moving away with every stroke.
Yeah, I don't think there was ever any doubt that he could do it. It was just when he was going to do it. And perhaps the surprise is that Evan Davis hadn't gone with him. But let's see, 3:07:57 then, and now 4 seconds faster than the previous heat with that turn of speed from Andrew. So it'll be interesting as well to see now whether he keeps this going in the second half or whether he says, right, job done in the 3rd 100 and time to ease back. So we'll keep an eye on the relative splits here. Be looking for something maybe around the 30 point if he is keeping it going. And, well, 30.7, so not a million miles away from it. Evan Davison is making a bit of a late move now to move up. Of course, he's going in the 15 age group. So again, I think he'd be very confident of a good lane for tonight in his current 4th spot in this heat. He might improve that to 3rd, but no doubt who's going to take this with that dominant second half. Andrew Bertoli bringing it in 4:08:97. So he'll have lane 4 in the 17-18 final, and I think based on what we've seen there, we're a hot favourite for that final. Scott Fleming 4:14:75 in second. That's inside his entry time by 1/4 of a second. Rory McKinnon 4:16:30. He also improves on his entry time by a couple of seconds. So nice swims from a good range of those performers. Well done, guys. That is the full result there. And you'll also see Andrew Bertoli when we scroll through the result. He'll have number 1. And there it is with Luke Hornsey's second fastest. So he'll have lane 4 in the 16-year-old final. And there we go through the lineup, or the results, I should say. Relay time. Got 3 relay events for you to enjoy this morning, and we start off with girls 14 to 16 years medley relay. There'll be 2 heats go in that. Follow that with 17 and over girls, also medley relay, and then the boys get the go, 14 to 16s and the 17s. So did I say 3 relay events? There's 4. Bonus.
You did.
Can't get enough relay.
No, that is quite a lot of relays, though, isn't it?
But it's not too much. Definitely not too much. There's the lineup for the first of the 2 heats of the girls 14 to 16 years relay.
So in lane 0, we have Ethan, Ailey Gould, swimming the backstroke. In lane 1, Aberdeen Dolphin, Jessica Beeson in the water. In lane 2, North Lanarkshire swim team, Erin Ferris. In lane 3, City of Glasgow B team, Melissa Menny in the water. Heart of Midlothian are in lane 4 with Lucy Atherton. Lane 5, South Ayrshire swim team, Sophie Gibson in the water. Borders elite swim team, the best team, Bronwyn Payne in lane 6. In lane 7, we've got Safrina Machin. She's swimming the City of Glasgow C team. In 7, in lane 8, Swim West Lothian with Natalie Marshall leading them off in the 14 to 16 years medley relay.
In fact, West Lothian have decided not to compete in this one, so we're down to 8 teams. So lanes 3, 4 and 6. City of Glasgow B, Hearts and Borders. Melissa, Lucy and Bronwyn. All pretty well matched. City of Glasgow C as well, Sabrina Machin for them. In fact, 6 of the 8 teams all pretty close. City of Glasgow B with all the ones, 1:11:11 for them. Now Karis Mooney taking on the breaststroke leg. Plenty of competition though, still well, pretty much 5 involved. On the left-hand side of your screen, it's Borders and City Glasgow C with Borders, Amy Owenson and Madeline Patterson for City of Glasgow. Hearts are coming through strongly. That's a nice swim from Erica Watt. But, well, this is going to be a close one. Erica Watt trying to open up the gap for Hearts. So can she create some breathing space for her team?
So South Asia's Aidy Robertson made up really good ground because they were a long way back after the backstroke, but she's brought them back up on terms. It's still Hearts out in front, but I think Aidy Robertson perhaps bringing them through into second place as we move into the second half of the race.
Also going well is North Lanarkshire. That was a good breaststroke from Lucy Nemo, but still Hearts lead the way, 2:32:41.
So Alice Mackey in the water for them, swimming the fly leg. And over now on the fly leg for North Lanarkshire, it's Emma Creaney. Between them, Coco Croxford. I saw her swimming yesterday and doing well. Coco Croxford swimming the fly leg for the City of Glasgow B team in lane 3 and making up some ground there, putting them through into second place, just a couple of seconds behind Heart of Midlothian. Heart of Midlothian looking pretty comfortable though.
Yeah, very little to choose between the 2 Glasgow teams here. Wouldn't the C team love to beat the B team? Wonder if they could do that. But anyway, as you said, it's Hearts with a very nice fly leg from Alice Mackey. Has opened up quite a gap here. And it is the 2 Glasgow teams along with North Lanarkshire behind them. So can anyone catch Heart of Midlothian on the freestyle? It is Orla McInnes who will be tasked with bringing them home. She's having a good season. Younger sister of Kiana McInnes, of course, and she is really making her own presence felt now across a number of strokes, including freestyle. So I'd be very surprised if this Hearts lead is going to be threatened at all. Looks like City of Glasgow B now still just, well, 9/10 up on the City of Glasgow C team, and looks like they're going to be able to maintain the bragging rights in Glasgow team. But they're not going to catch Hearts, that's for sure. Orla McInnes is bringing them back. Hearts came in with a 4:45.6. They're going to be inside that. by, what, 5 or 6 seconds. 4:39.79.
Battle's on.
Oh, it is. Whoa. I spoke far too soon there. City of Glasgow C team just putting a number there on the B team. And in the end, taking it by nearly half a second. Great last length there from Louise Connell for the C team. They'll have enjoyed that. So 4:38.79 the time to beat for the second heat.
39.79. Although I'm sure that they will beat it.
Yeah, I would think they will.
The backstroke starting device is going in now for our final heat of this event. Clubs vying for spaces down at the British Summer Championships. We haven't seen the format for that yet, but we would expect there to be, is it 30 or 40 teams, I forget, go through now? It started off with 30.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure. It certainly used to be 30. Whether it's been expanded, I don't know. So these guys will have to compete against the fastest teams in the regional championships down south to earn the right to send the relay team down to the British Summer Championships.
And we would expect several of these teams to be competing for that down in Sheffield, wouldn't they? But they do need to perform it, and they've got to not get disqualified. Really long time underwater there for the swimmer in lane 5, Heidi Wren, City of Glasgow swim team. Really good underwater work there, really stretching it out off the start. Full toes penguins are in lane 1, Ellen McPhee. Dundee City Aquatics, Anna Easton in 1. Falkirk Integrated Regional, Zoe Crawford. In East Lothian, Grace Courtney. Warrington Baths Club is in lane 4, Katie Rose. City of Glasgow, Heidi Wren in 5. In lane 6, South Lanarkshire, Emma McGavin. In lane 7, Warrington Baths Club B, Naomi Wilson. In lane 8, Stirling Swim Club A, Melissa Turnbull in the water. And Highland Swim Team in lane 9 with Alison Wood.
So City of Glasgow and Warrington, top 2 teams early on in these championships in that order. City of Glasgow leading, and that's how it is in the water here as well. Nice start from Heidi Wren ahead of Katie Rose for Warrington. 1:08.05 is 3 seconds faster than the first heat. 1:08.40 for Warrington. South Lanarkshire in 3rd place. Emma McGavin did the backstroke for them. Now in the water for City of Glasgow, it's Amy McLeod, Ailey Stewart for Warrington, Rebecca Cole for South Lanarkshire. East Lothian making a bit of a move with Ailey Armstrong in lane 3, but it's an Edinburgh-Glasgow affair at the front. Warrington versus City of Glasgow. Looks like maybe Warrington just edging it now. And see, 1:42.9 against 1:43.27. 7/10 faster on that split there for Warrington swimmer Ailey Stewart, very much a breaststroke specialist, up against Amy McLeod, also a very strong breaststroker as you would expect to go into the Glasgow A team, and she is coming back at Ailey now. Maybe did Ailey go out too fast? Just the excitement of these relays sometimes gets the better of them in their pacing. And it is City of Glasgow back into the lead, only by a metre though, so still all to play for. To the fly, 2:25.62 against 2:26.89.
Yeah, so Kiana Kurtzer in the water for Warrington Baths Club and City of Glasgow. Stella McCarty, so different age groups. So although we see Kiana Kurtzer, she's so strong in the afternoon events because just age 14, but the 14-year-olds are swimming in this 14 to 16-year relay. So they're having a long day of it. They'll be here in the morning and they'll be here in the afternoon as well. And it looks like it's Stella McCarty getting the better of that. I don't know if you saw her at the takeover. We'll have to look later on as well, as that both City of Glasgow and Warrington are practicing the step-over takeovers where the swimmer stands at the back of the blocks and then moves forwards. These large teams getting a bit more practice time perhaps than the others. I didn't see it from any of the teams outside of the 2 centre lanes. But it looks like it's Stella McCarty is going to hand over a fairly substantial lead to Talia Blackley, who's taking on the final leg to bring City of Glasgow home. And it's Ashley Drake will be going in the water for Warren de Baths, taking over from Kiana Courtse. In third, it's this team from East Lothian. Tegan Black in the water for them. She's a few metres back there, and I think she's got too much to do if she's going to catch up with these two in the centre lanes. And City of Glasgow looking very strong, although I fancy Ashley Drake perhaps is making up a little bit of ground there on our leading team. Coming in towards, it's not going to be pretty close as we come to the final turn.
Yeah, Warrender are definitely closing the gap here. Talia Blackley has got a real job to do down this last lane, because it looks like it is Warrender coming right at her. Ashley Drake now moves past and into the lead. Is this going to be a Warrender victory? You can see the Warrender contingent down on the bottom of your screen urging on Ashley Drake to the win here, but Talia Blackley is not done yet. She is pushing hard. It looks like East Lothian for the bronze, but it's going to be gold for Warrender Baths in 4:31.26. Good racing there, and Ashley Drake doing the business there at the end of it. In the end, 1.3 from City of Glasgow, 4:32.57, and it's bronze for East Lothian, 4:36.90. That's about 3 seconds faster than the previous heat. Hearts will get fourth overall from that first heat, so well done to them. But that's your medalist, I think. Warrender, City of Glasgow and East Lothian.
What a cracking swim that was, though, from Ashley Drake, because she had quite a bit of distance to make up there. Hadn't done it by the turn, but came home really, really strong. And those points matter too.
Yes, they do. Good points for relay wins, up for grabs. And good points as well for East Lothian there. And talking about East Lothian, they're back now for the 17 overs. Again, we've got 2 heats here. So 3 go in the first heat. South Aberdeenshire in 4 and Stirling Swim in 5, alongside the East Lothian B team, this is. So if we get a good, exciting race for the 17 overs like we've just seen, we can be pretty happy with life. Let's see how they get on. So the 3 teams into the water there. Set us off. Iona Wilson will lead off for East Lothian. Caitlin Rosie for South Aberdeenshire and Cara Gordon for Stirling.
East Lothian with 2 teams in this event, so that's all credit to them, really, retaining these swimmers through that lockdown when we were out of the water for so long. But fielding 2 good teams of 14 to 16-year-old girls, that's quite an accomplishment, so good for them.
Yeah, a lot of the clubs did so well, I think, during lockdown to keep the club spirit going, doing a lot of stuff online, and then when you could, doing a lot of stuff outdoors in the summer last year. Then, of course, when you could get back in the water, it was so dependent, of course, on the local authority or your pool provider as to what space you got. And East Lothian, I think, were pretty lucky on that respect in getting good water time as pretty early on when things started to open up. So a lot of credit goes to Enjoy Leisure in East Lothian for that. But yep, they're up there with Iona Wilson along with Cara Gordon for Stirling. So those 2, 1:12.35 and 1:12.64 respectively. As Caitlin Heaney goes in for East Lothian against Mari Craig. I think Mari will prove pretty hot to handle here for Caitlin. Faye Lichtentag in for South Aberdeenshire. We're trying to make up some ground, but it's Stirling now starting to make the move and looking good on it. Mari Craig having a good meet, and we'll be looking to open up quite a big gap here, I think, if she possibly can. And certainly starting well. So relative split there, 36-2 against 37-9 for Caitlin, 38-2 for Faye. So the question really now is, can Stirling get themselves into a position where they can't be challenged in the second half? Got some pretty decent swimmers still coming. So probably their two stars in the middle lanes, although not to say anything against the other two, but Murray Craig and Isabel Wood, both very strong. Isabel Wood on the blocks now. And she's prized and ready to go. And she is, pretty safe turnover. 2:31.88. Lead of 4.5 seconds now.
Yeah, so these relays, the only events where we'll see any swimmers that are over 18 in the water, because we have to allow these old people to swim for these events, because they will give their teams the best chance of qualification for the British Summer Championships, where there is no upper end. But it's quite a big ask for some of the more distant teams just to bring swimmers down that are aged 19 and over, just to compete for the relays, because they can't have any individual events. Not many of these swimmers, in fact none of them in the water at the moment are aged over 18, but we will see them some in the more distant teams. I'm looking at University of Aberdeen Performance Swim team that will come through. None of their swimmers are aged 17, 18 in the next heat. They're all older swimmers hoping to qualify for the British Summer Championships. Sterling looking good though. Isabel Wood putting in a good leg there.
Yeah, so they've now got a pretty big lead, 7-8 meters, 3:58.54. On the anchor for East Lothian is Abby Davis, and it'll be Isla Yule for South Aberdeenshire, Georgia Ross going for Sterling at the front here, and surely has an unassailable position here. Abby is certainly looking strong there for East Lothian, but she's got a real mountain to climb. So let's see what the different splits is between them. 30.44 for Georgia, 29.33. So she's made up a second, but that's going to be nothing like enough, you wouldn't think. She's got 4 more seconds to try and make up, and not very much time to do it. But certainly closing the gap, making it respectable. But Sterling, well, it is closing pretty fast now. Surely she can't. And right, she can't. But a good effort from Lauren. Or Abby, I should say. Lauren was on the third leg. Abby Davis there, really finishing strongly, but it was Sterling Swim, 4:45.490, who took the win there from East Lothian and South Aberdeenshire.
Oh, and unfortunately a technical infraction there for Sterling Swim.
Oh dear. So, I don't know what that was about, but unfortunately they're out. So East Lothian then 4:46.43. Now the winners of that one.
So that's the time to beat for Heat 2. Second of 2. So in lane 1 in Heat 2 we have the North Lanarkshire swim team, Ella Stevenson leading them off. South Ayrshire swim team in lane 2, Kira Sterica on the backstroke leg. Her backstroke's been really good, hasn't it, lately? I've really enjoyed watching her backstroke. It wasn't really where she started, but it's really competent now, really good. Warren Bath Club A are in lane 3, Anna Green leading them off. We've already seen her in the 100 backstroke, so we know that that will be a fast start. University of Aberdeen Performance, Emily Grant leading them off in the backstroke. I fancy she'll have the fastest backstroke, do you think?
Well, look who's next to her.
Oh my goodness. I didn't look down, did I? Katie Shanahan in lane 5, leading off City of Glasgow. Perth City Swim Club. Scarlett Ferris, another fast backstroker, goodness me. In lane 6, East Lothian Swim Team in lane 7, led off by Emma Finley. Heart of Midlothian, Holly McGill, oh my word.
We've got some good backstrokers here, ladies and gentlemen. Anna Green for Warren, Emily Grant for University of Aberdeen, Katie Shannon, City of Glasgow, Scarlett Ferris for Perth, Holly McGill for Hearts. Wow, what a lineup we've got here. And you can see that 4 of them there from lane 3 through to lane 6, all pretty close, but it is lane 4. Emily Grant, well, you said, could Emily Grant be the leader there? And so far, it is Emily.
Most of these swimmers just having returned from the British Championships as well, so turning it on really at the Scottish National Age Group. It's lovely to see them all.
Yeah, one-shot deal for these girls here in the medley. Of course, the freestyle relay will come up as well in this week. But, ooh, this is getting close now. Katie Shannon almost up with Emily. Who's going to get the touch? It is Aberdeen, 1:04.14. As you would expect, much faster than the first heat. So taking it on now is Yvonne Brown, great butterfly swimmer, against Ciara Davison for City of Glasgow, and for Warrender it's Sophie Hall. Certainly you would think that this leg favours Aberdeen.
Really close contest though. Yvonne Brown, 100 metres is perhaps a little bit short for her, more familiar with the 200 metres and the 400 metres individual medley as well, but she's swimming really well. Sophie Hall, and in fact it's neck and neck between Sophie Hall and Ciara Davidson on the breaststroke leg for Warren de Bath and City of Glasgow respectively, but Yvonne Brown, I think she'll be strong on this back end of the 100 breaststroke, and she's just starting to move ahead.
Yeah, opening up a gap, and it looks pretty tasty for University of Aberdeen on the fly leg to come, with Yasmin Perry getting ready on the block. So this lead, I think, is only going to get bigger for the University of Aberdeen performance team. 2:15.61 the lead. 2:19.73 for City of Glasgow. Jory Horn in for them. For Warrender, it's Thanrada McGregor. So they're the leading three, but you can see that University of Aberdeen now have a sizable advantage of, 11, 12 metres as we come down. Second half of the fly now, 27.9 for Yasmin's first 50. And look at that, 30 points for the other two teams. Good race going on for silver and bronze. Yet again, it's City of Glasgow against Warren de Bath. Where have we seen that before? Jory Horn and Thanrada McGregor on the fly. But, well, let's check out on the split for University of Aberdeen. 3:17.03 as we go to the freestyle. And it's Gaia Alcaraz who has the job of pushing it on. Second place is City of Glasgow, and Drew Mackenzie we saw earlier on the anchor. Olivia Mason for Warrender. They're so far back, they're only just coming into shot there. There's City of Glasgow. Now you can see Warrender, and right beside them is South Ayrshire now. Eve Mayer, after a great fly swim from Lucy Grieve for them. So they are battling for the bronze going on there. Out of your shot, we'll see them as they come in, but let's focus on University of Aberdeen performance here. Completely dominant in this one, really, certainly from the end of the backstroke onwards, and they are winning this in style in a time of 4:15.56. Excellent stuff for them. Now City of Glasgow is certainly going to get the silver, but the bronze is up for grabs. Warrender and South Ayrshire. I think it's just Warrender holding off South Ayrshire at the end there. Olivia Mason getting the job done to earn the bronze for Warrender against Eve Mayer for South Ayrshire. Just miss out there by not very much at all, 3/10. But a good swim, a dominant swim from University of Aberdeen performance. The quartet of Emily Grant, Yvonne Brown, Yasmin Perry and Gaia Alcaraz.
Yeah, that was a privilege. That was so many quality swimmers and quality swims in that relay. That was amazing. I was getting quite excited. I thought, oh my goodness, are we going to see another Scottish record? But no, of course, I'd forgotten about the University of Edinburgh.
So we're still got lots to go on relays. We go to the boys now. And once again, we go to the 14, 16-year-olds, followed by the 17 and overs. 2 heats in both. There is the lineup for the first heat. West Lothian go in 0. They'll be led off by Carl Muirhead. Inverclyde in 1 with Oliver Payton. City Glasgow B team with Kyle Wong in 2. Dundee City Aquatics with Corey Phillips in 3. University of Aberdeen Performance B team with Logan Jackson in 4, Stirling with Cole Morrison in 5, South Aberdeenshire with Andrew Smitten in 6, First with Gregor Skinner in 7, Highland with Tom Armitage in 8, and Mulgai and Bearsden with Rory Hall in lane 9.
I think we saw a record, didn't we, in the 14 to 16-year-old boys, a junior Scottish record yesterday in the relay. I wonder if they can do it again. East Lothian really strong, but we'll see them in the second heat.
Yes, in this first heat, early leader looks to be Dundee with Corey Phillip. Beside him, Logan Jackson for Aberdeen Performance B team. So they are 1 and 2 at the turn. 31.73 against 32.16. Stirling in third.
Yeah, Logan Jackson perhaps stronger on the 200 metres backstroke. See him through in the North District. We're really coming through strongly now. Swim West Lothian, Kyle Muirhead over in lane 0.
Am I allowed to mention lane 0? Well, calm your head. Has given West Lothian a shot here, definitely. But it's early days, so let's see. They do lead at the first changeover, 1:06.03. By 6/10 from Dundee City Aquatics and Aberdeen Performance in third. Ben Sheriff now for West Lothian. We've got Aberdeen Performance's Greg Hall. Logan van der Merlen for Stirling. Dundee City Aquatics, Ewan Weir is going well. Lane 4. Certainly challenging there, but it's now is Dundee City Aquatics have the lead. South Aberdeenshire in lane 6, in fact turning second. So Dylan McCombie going well for them.
Yeah, Dylan McCombie putting a stormer in down that first length and carrying it on through here down the second as we come up towards halfway. A much closer race though. We loved those mixed medleys last night, didn't we? I mean, you just can't tell who's going to win because it depends on whether it's the males or the females. We see it as well with the medley relays for the individual sexes, but not quite so much. So Dylan McCombie perhaps just losing it towards the end of that race. Really fast first split, came back a little bit slower.
Yep, Stirling on his case, so a good back end to the Stirling swimmer, Logan van der Merlen, but now it's to the fly swimmers, and it is Stirling in lane 5, Ben Montgomery, and in lane 3 for Dundee, it's Kane Buchanan. Seen quite a lot of him today. And Aberdeen Performance in between them with Lucas Johnson. Looks like these three, although lane 6 not out of it. South Aberdeenshire with Torrin Liversedge. Others perhaps too far back, unless there's a real star to come. And it's lane 5 now, Stirling. Ben Montgomery putting in a good leg here for them. He's up by nearly a body length now over University of Aberdeen and Dundee City Aquatics. So Ben Montgomery is going to hand over to Lewis Husson. See if Lewis can bring this one through.
Yeah, Stirling Swim having a really strong meet. So some of the teams are putting, these are the B teams, we'll see the A teams through in the final, but Stirling Swim really pulling it out of the bag here. Really strong. University of Aberdeen performance swimmer Cameron Hastings doing his best to try and come up on his heels, and swimming alongside him Dundee City Aquatics Connor Brearley. Both these swimmers putting in a strong one, and lane 0. Ewan Jones swimming well for Swim West Lothian. I think he's got too much to do, but he's swimming strongly.
Yeah, it's looking good for Stirling. They are pacing, certainly with the first 50, similar pace, but it's now Aberdeen Performance starting to come at them. But, well, with 15 to go, can they do it? They are closing. They're closing all the time here, but, well, is it going to be Stirling still? It's going to be on the touch in the end. But Stirling just hang on by 1300ths. Oh, that was getting close. They wouldn't have wanted many more meters there. 4:26.46 against 4:26.59 for Aberdeen Performance. Dundee City Aquatics just holding off West Lothian for third. Oh, but we've got a disqualification. Aberdeen Performance are gone. So Sterling still the winners. Promotes Dundee to second and West Lothian to third in that heat. There's confirmation there. Oh, in fact, well, loads of disqualifications. Stirling have gone as well, and Mulgai and Bearsden. So 3 disqualifications in that heat. So it's Dundee City Aquatics now, 4:28.40, who have the time for the second heat to get in front of, which I'm sure they'll do. West Lothian just behind them, 4:28.56, and it was first now who were third in 4:30.9.
First were third. Yeah, so I didn't see any movement from the officials. That's not to say that they weren't moving, but the takeovers are judged electronically now with a very small tolerance, 0.03 of a second. So if the swimmer coming in hasn't touched the wall before the swimmer who is outgoing, his feet leaves the block, that's a technical infraction as judged by the electronics.
Yeah, very clever electronics there that they can compare the time when they last felt the push off from the pad against the time that was recorded on the pad, push off on the blocks I should say, and the time recorded on the pads, and he said if it's more than 0.03 of a discrepancy, that's it, you're out. So anyway, we've got City of Glasgow, we've got Aberdeen Dolphin, Warrender B, University of Aberdeen Performance A, East Lothian A, Warrender A, South Lanarkshire A, Geary, North Lanarkshire and Perth City. And it's East Lothian leading the way. So we talked about their 4x2 yesterday with the Scottish Junior Club record. What can they do in the medley? Leading them off is Callum Peebles. He wasn't part of the 4x2 quartet. He was in the B team in that, but very much their backstroke specialist. Lane 6 is South Lanarkshire with Ethan Stewart. He's going well. And I think maybe lane 3, Aberdeen Performance with Calvin MacDonald. So East Lothian lead the way, 102.73.
So Luke Hornsey taking on the breaststroke for East Lothian. Strong breaststroke swimmer, we know that he is. South Lanarkshire have got Fraser McIntosh in the water. University of Aberdeen, Jack Mitchell. Still East Lothian out in front though, Luke Hornsey.
Yes, it's very much his second event, I think, breaststroke behind freestyle, but really East Lothian probably lacking a real breaststroke specialist, so Luke is having to do a job for the team here, and he's coming under a bit of pressure now from Jack Mitchell, probably is more of a breaststroke specialist. Also going well for South Lanarkshire is Fraser McIntosh and Connor Mitchell, another breaststroke specialist for Warrender, so Luke has got some work to do here. It looks like he might just be overtaken by Jack Mitchell, although the two pretty much stroke for stroke here as we come to halfway. In fact, very much stroke for stroke with Warrender continuing to make ground as well. Maybe you see Lothian with the touch. Yes, it is. So good effort from Luke there. And now it's Stefan Kravis on the fly for East Lothian, so expect them to make good ground here. Trying to go with them, Kieran Lennox for Aberdeen Performance in 3, and Cedar Cullen for Warrender in 5, Scott Fleming for South Lanarkshire in 6. These 4 teams now well clear of everybody else, and East Lothian opening up the gap now. They've probably got their weakest, certainly their youngest swimmer on the freestyle, so they'll want a good margin here. And Stefan is delivering it for them. University of Aberdeen, Kieran Lennox, clear of Warrender's Cedar Cullen. So coming up to the 300. Has Stefan built a big enough buffer here? Surely he has, I don't know, let's see. 3:10.35 as we go to the freestyle. So final lengthen a bit there. Zach Slater has the task of bringing this home. Mano Drysdale for Warrender. B. Leighton Burr for Aberdeen Performance, Ben Kelly for Warrender A, and also South Lanarkshire still in the mix with Lewis Moore. They're all battling for silver and bronze, I think, because this is going to be another relay win for East Lothian. I don't think they're going to be threatening any records this time, but it's a classy swim here from the East Lothian quartet, and they bring it home. So assuming it's legal, they are going to take the win in 4:07.62. Ignore that City of Glasgow time. There's obviously a bad touch somewhere there. Warrender taking second, just getting in front of Aberdeen Performance there. Look at that, 28.7 on that last split for Ben Kelly. He really ripped that last 50. 29.8. Aberdeen Performance, they'll take the bronze. Just wait for confirmation because we saw all those DQs in the first heat. I'm not going to tempt fate here, but hopefully this was clean. But there's nothing coming up on the screen just yet, so maybe there's a bit of discussion going. That'll just give a little bit of nervous tension developing. Still waiting. Oh, here we go, though. And good news is that there are no DQs. And so as we were, East Lothian taking the win from Warrender A and Aberdeen Performance. All three of them along a lot faster than we had.
Yeah, I think that little delay was just trying to resolve that discrepancy with the City of Glasgow swim team time. It can sometimes gets caused by an official stepping on, inadvertently on the edge of the timing pad.
So we still have the 17 and overs for your entertainment. Again, 2 heats, again 3 swimmers, or 3 teams rather, in the first heat. So
yes. In Heat 1 then, Dundee City Aquatics, Oliver Spalding going in on the backstroke leg. Cameron Doran is leading off the North Lanarkshire swim team, and Heart of Midlothian led off by Fionn Maguire.
So getting into their stride. Just a slight advantage from the push-off from Cameron Doran of North Lanarkshire against the other two, Oliver and Finlay. But yeah, definitely the advantage now with North Lanarkshire's Cameron Doran. He's got at least a body length already in the first 50. Turns 30, 11, 1.6 up early doors here.
Yeah, so the entry time for North Lanarkshire swim team is some 6 seconds faster. Well, 5 seconds faster than Heart and Midlothian. Of course, we don't know what the strengths and weaknesses are of all of the different swimmers, so it could well change as we go through the race. And we also don't know. The entry times are put in about a month ago, and very often swimmers can't make it. We are in the middle of a pandemic, or we're at the end of it, aren't we? We are at the end of it. It's all done. But we know that there's a fairly high prevalence of COVID around at the moment, and it may be that swimmers haven't been able to turn up. So we don't know if these are the swimmers that were originally entered and on which the entry time was based.
But certainly, it's looking good for North Lanarkshire at the moment. Jack Murphy on the breaststroke for them, with Angus Young for Hearts and Travis Davey for Dundee City Aquatics. Those two teams still very well matched, but well, let's see. So 32-4 North Lanarkshire. See what the splits are. Slower for both Hearts and Dundee. So continuing to build on their lead, North Lanarkshire. Maybe Dundee City Aquatics now just easing into second place. Travis Davey, good all-rounder for them. It's not much of a lead over Hearts, but it definitely has turned it from third into second, and in fact a bit more of a lead now as we come to halfway. North Lanarkshire, 2:15.39. Cameron Creaney taking the fly leg for them. Dundee have Adam Phillips, and Hearts have Fraser Claxton.
Yeah, I was just looking on the side there. David Syme, I assume he's doing the freestyle leg for Heart of Midlothian. He's still fully clothed. So I think he's just removing his outer clothing. He'll need to get up on the blocks. He hasn't got that long. This fly leg isn't going to take that long. But still the North Lanarkshire swim team, Cameron Creaney out in front.
Yeah, and again, faster than the others. So they've really been the class act of this trio across certainly the 3 strokes we've seen so far. Hearts now clear in second ahead of Dundee City Aquatic. So is that going to be the final order? Will Freestyle change things? Certainly it's hard to see North Lanarkshire being challenged. 3:16.50 against 3:23.31 for Hearts. So 7 seconds in hand here. And on the anchor leg, Blair McKean for North Lanarkshire. David Syme, who did manage to get rid of his outer clothing. So he goes for Hearts, and Dundee City Aquatics, Rory Grant on the anchor for them. So the 1, 2, 3 looks fairly clear, unless Rory Grant can come back at Hearts.
He's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, he is. But nobody's going to get anywhere close to North Lanarkshire. So they will set the time for the last race of the morning. So the clock just going to the 4:10s. And North Lanarkshire bring it in 4:14.32. So pretty much I would think they've got the 4 that they thought they were going to have, because they were entered on 4:14.80. So just half a second inside that. Dundee did come through to take second. 4:25.23, so a good anchor leg from Rory Grant. Hearts third in 4:26.68. So one more race for you. Confirmation of that last result. So this has the look of another east-west battle. We've got Perth going in 0. Aberdeen Dolphin in 1, Warrender B in 2, Warrender A in 3, City of Glasgow A in 4, City of Glasgow B in 5, Aberdeen Performance in 6, South Ayrshire in 7, Stirling Swimming in lane 8.
So this is the decider then, the final decider. And then I think we've got some presentations for the relays after this. And then that'll be us for the morning.
So off we go.
Mark Ford leading off the City of Glasgow A team.
Yep, so another of the older swimmers. In fact, 3 of that City of Glasgow A team over the age of 18, including Mark, the 19-year-old. City of Glasgow B team, led off by Robert Burgess. So they are early on 1 and 2. The other 6 teams all pretty close. Aberdeen Dolphin in 3rd place. Andrew Brodie leading them off in lane 1. And Warrender A now maybe challenging them with Finn Bremner in lane 3. But this is a Glasgow show at the moment. Mark Ford and Robert Burgess a long way clear of the others. Mark Ford very much with the upper hand for City of Glasgow A team. He's going to hand over to Youssef Batout. Ethan Horn going for the B team, and Warrender now in 3rd. Warrender A team with Emil Moravsky on the breaststroke leg. Is this going to be a City of Glasgow 1-2? You would not bet against it at this stage.
So Yusuf's just come back from the British Championships. He swam a lifetime best there. Took a good couple of seconds off of his entry time. That's pretty impressive at the age of 22. I think he swam a 63, but Ethan Horn doing a pretty good job of keeping up alongside him and just doing that first 50 a little bit faster. And I think keeping pace with the Yusuf as they come through this second half of the breaststroke. A crowd of teams fighting for 3rd place, perhaps at the moment getting the better of the Aberdeen Dolphins. Warrender Bath Club B. As Warrender Bath Club B and Warrender Bath Club A, in fact, fighting it out there for that third place alongside the University of Aberdeen Performance Swim team. So going into the water for City of Glasgow now, Mark Elric for the A team and Andrew Bertoli again for the B team.
Yeah, and it's hard to see past the two Glasgow teams now. Warrender A in third now. Callum Rose on the fly for them. For the B team, it's Brodie Gordon-Gibson, and for Aberdeen Performance, it's Lewis Birrell. But they are all three scrapping for the bronze. That's where the contest is, and it's well, not quite a victory lap for the two Glasgow teams, but it sort of feels a bit that way at the moment with Elric and Bertoli. Bertoli's probably had about the same pacing, I would think, as Elric in that butterfly leg. Interesting there, 34s for both of them, so that was a good swim from Andrew Bertoli, keeping the gap static between the two Glasgow teams. Rory McKinnon now for the A team, Michael Flynn for the B team. For Warrender A, Adam Ritchie on the right of your shot. Let's see if we see any other teams coming anywhere close to Warrender. The Warrender B team are next up. Now they have Adam Ritchie and Aberdeen Performance with John Taylor, but they look like they're battling for fourth now. The 1, 2, 3 looking pretty clear. Certainly the 1 and the 2. So bringing it in, Rory McKinnon for the City of Glasgow A team. So a nice swim from them. 3:51.52 to earn them the gold. And they do go 1 and 2. And Warrender A team go for the bronze. 3:55.85 for the City Glasgow B team. And Warrender A 4:01.39 for third spot, with their B team fourth and Aberdeen Performance fifth. Oh, no, they're not. They are disqualified, unfortunately. So Aberdeen Dolphin will be fifth. So as Lynn said, we've got presentations for you before we go. It's been fun this morning.
That has. I think those swim-offs made a bit of a difference, didn't they, yesterday? It just feels like a much shorter session. I don't know what time it is. I have no idea what time it is.
12:40, so
no, not a shorter
pretty
session.
much lunchtime. You've got a bit of time before you come back to us for the afternoon session. But, yes, it's been quite a long session, but a fun one. We've seen some great swims and just setting yourself up, I think, very nicely for what is to come this evening. We started off with the 200 breaststrokers for the girls. We saw that good swim from Erin Taylor in that one, but then Nuala Gow just eclipsing her, so that was good stuff in the 200 breaststroke. The 200 fly, Stefan Kravis was strong in that one. Andrew Bertoli. They'll be in different age groups in the final. Andrew Bertoli in the 17-18, because we just saw him there in the relay.
Been
Stefan Kravis.
Been a busy boy.
Yeah,
Stefan Kravis been a busy boy as well. Lots of swims this morning.
Yeah, we saw him in the fly section of the 14 to 16 medley relay for East Lothian. A gold for them there. Tom Robertson could be in the mix with the 17-18s as well in the 200 fly. 100 backstroke. Holly McGill and Anna Green, that could be tasty.
I'm looking forward to that one this evening. I think that one will be a really good race.
Anna Green fastest this morning. 50 breaststroke for the men. Murray Pritchard looked good. Micah Van Blurt looked good. Murray Pritchard in particular, the only one to go sub 30. Perth City swimmer. Then we went to the 400 IM. Again, Nuala Gow, we talked about. Drew McKenzie had that contest with Catherine Bailey. In the end, was quite a long way ahead of her, wasn't she?
Yeah, Catherine Bailey put in a really strong swim, didn't she? So we're just looking to see if some of those swimmers can just nudge underneath that 5-minute mark this evening.
Yep. And then we have the 400 freestyle. But it looks like we're ready for the medals now. So here come the first group. This is the girls 14 to 16 years medley relay.
And the medals being presented by the East District Vice President and life member of Scottish Amateur Swimming Association, Susan Liddell.
Yep. And the bronze goes to East Lothian, Grace Courtney, Ailey Armstrong, Helen Stoddart, and Tegan Black. I look pretty happy with it. Silver medalist, City of Glasgow 18. Heidi Wren, Amy McLeod, Stella McCarty, and Talia Blackley. And their national age group champions, Warren de Baths. Warren team, Katie Rose, Hayley Stewart, Kiana Kurtzer, and Ashley Drake. Thinking it's lucky that Susan didn't have to present to the big boys there. She was stretching up for the girls there. So I'm sure they would lean down to help the presenter. 17 and over girls presentation will be up next. Here they come. As we see the girls go into the call area. And the swimmers coming to the podium. Here the bronze medalist Warren de Baths. So the Warren team, Anna Green, Sophie Hawth and Rada McGregor and Olivia Mason.
And that was a good race, wasn't it? Although it was a clear victory for the University of Aberdeen team. Really good race.
City of Glasgow silver medalists. And their team, Katie Shanahan, Kira Davidson, Jory Horn, and Drew McKenzie. And the gold medalists, University of Aberdeen performance team. And on they go. Emily Grant, Yvonne Brown, Yasmin Perry, and Gaia Alcaraz. They're looking pretty pleased with life as well. I don't know what the joke is from the Aberdeen team, but they seem something's going on there. Boys' presentations are next. Here they come.
So medals being presented then by Jamie Nelson, West District President, Member of Council. And the bronze medal winners. That's the team from Aberdeen Performance. Calvin MacDonald, Jack Mitchell, Kieran Lennox and Leighton Burr. And they look very pleased too, don't they?
They do, and rightly so.
So our silver medal winners are the A team from the Warren de Bath Club. That's Sean Cy Griffiths, Connor Mitchell, Saidar Gulen and Ben Kelly. So our gold medal winners and the Scottish National Age Group champion team for the boys 14 to 16 years in the 4x100 medley is the team from East Lothian, Callum Peebles, Luke Hornsey, Stefan Kravich and Zach Slater.
Don't think Stefan got the team orders as to which shirt to wear.
That's why he's at the back.
But certainly he was probably quite instrumental in that win, in that flyer leg, after good solid backstroke from Callum and breaststroke from Luke, and then Zach doing the business on the freestyle. One more presentation, and it's the 17 and over boys.
So Jamie Nelson doing the honours again. And the bronze medal winners are the team from Warrender Bath Club, the B team, Ewan Beatty. I'm not reading that right. It was the A team. It's Finn Bremner, Emil Moraski, Callum Rose and Alex Thompson. The B team having finished fourth, of course.
They were, yeah. Not quite able to do a number on their A team.
So the silver medal winners in the 17 and over 4x100 medley relay for boys is the team from City of Glasgow B. Robert Burgess, Ethan Horn, Andrew Bertoli and Michael Flynn. So the gold medal winners and the Scottish National Age Group champions are the City of Glasgow A team. That's Mark Ford, Yusuf Batut. He's very pleased with himself, isn't he? Andrew Bertoli and Michael Flynn.
Is that called playing to the crowd or what? Well done, City of Glasgow. That was a completely dominant performance, and is well deserving of the praise of the crowd. Oh, no handshake, can you believe it? Yeah.
No. We saw fist bumps yesterday from Ali White, didn't we? I think there's, I didn't see any other handshakes or anything like that. I guess we're still under caution, aren't we?
Yes, we are. Till Monday here in Scotland. Hopefully things will get even easier after that. And hopefully we'll see a reduction in the infection rate. But that's us for the morning session. We've now got 4 sessions done, still 11 to go, so we're still young in these championships. We hope to see you back very soon for the next session. Just confirming the time for that. We'll get swimming at 1:40. We'll be on air maybe 5 minutes or so before that, so we look forward to your company then. But for now, from Lynn Alden and myself, Duncan McKinnell, we'll wish you a very good afternoon.
Yep, thank you very much. Thank you, Duncan.